You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have, ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
What would players like better?
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have, ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
What would players like better?
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
Ideas start with an impulse, a desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
Forward players like better.
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
Forward players like better.
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
Ideas start with an impulse, a desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
What would players like better?
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
What would players like better?
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
Ideas start with an impulse, a desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
Mobile players like better.
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
Good morning, business leaders. My name is Heide Loftus, a local in Malta for over 10 years, active in the HR space within the gaming industry, and here today, I'm a proud ambassador of HR Connect. If you don't know what HR Connect is just yet, I'll tell you that we are an association of senior HR decision makers within the gaming industry in Malta. As a group, we represent the majority of the biggest gaming companies on the island with outreach also to Sweden and the UK. One of our core missions we have is to come together for knowledge sharing, best practices, and acting as a source of inspiration. We hold discussion sessions within the group where everyone's input is considered, and we have external experts and professionals, as well as political decision makers and spokesmen coming to us to keep us updated on the latest happenings in hot topic areas. One of the most important goals for HR Connect is acting as a conduit for change between our industry and decision makers on the island, with the ultimate goal to improve working and living conditions for our employees. The reason behind this is simple: to enable gaming companies in Malta to attract and retain talent. For this, we've had representatives from various authorities, NGOs, lobby groups, and sometimes political organizations and departments with us. Today, HR consists of over 20 members. We've been doubling in size every year since the beginning of 2018. A few recent examples of where this association has actually been influencing change are the Rental Law White Paper, Malta's property code and regulations, which prevents skyrocketing rents, making it hard to sell Malta as a compelling place to work and live. Processes have been set up with Banco Valletta with the initiative to help people that are relocating to Malta, setting up a simple salary bank account. Transport Malta has been connected to the iGaming industry. Brexit and Malta moving forward has been discussed with the head EU coordination department, Ministry for European Affairs and Equality. Well-being is currently a constant topic with Richmond Foundation. Employee well-being before and even more now during Corona. Speaking about Corona and the situation that we're all in, since March this year, we've had bi-weekly calls within the HR Connect group, sharing insights, best practices, and experiences related to COVID, and the various turns taken throughout the months and how these have affected our people, engagement, and work-life balance working in a remote setting. Whilst many parts of the human resources operations for any gaming company, and for natural and obvious reasons, need to remain under lock and key, we are, as a group, identifying the areas where it makes sense and benefits us all to share ideas, experiences, and align on common practices and approaches to the various challenges that we as gaming employers in Malta are faced with. So instead of having the wheel reinvented in every office and company, we have come together acting as a supporting agent in terms of operations, regulations, interpretations, which allows our members more time to actually focus on business opportunities instead. Thanks to our name and the concept, we've had guests like now ex-president Marie-Louise Preka, Dragan Donko from Richmond Foundation has been offering valuable practical tips on employee well-being with us. Professor Charmaine Gauci joined us to shed some light over the situation during the most uncertain times when Malta had its highest restrictions in place. Head of HR at Matadei, our one state and main hospital, has shared with us some insights on challenges, but also opportunities for their organizations during extreme crisis. We're also focusing on solutions and the positives, and we have been introduced to coaches, to professionals, helping us to learn how to improve talent acquisition, deal with rapid adjustments, remote leadership, and organizations in constant change. Our hope for the coming year is obviously to be able to have these sessions in person, meeting again at our offices, and networking events. There is a website on the coming, and we look forward to see even more companies joining us in 2021. Because as a business leader and a member of the HR Connect group, your HR team will benefit from the company insights, our networks, and exposures that will help you taking great decisions for your team and for your people. With this, I'm sending you off to a very informative, insightful, and inspiring HR day. Enjoy.
Yes, energy increase. Now, is body language important? No. Body language is imperative. Some over. Yes, energy increase. Now, is body language important? No. Body language is imperative. It is absolutely.
Welcome. Good morning. Buongiorno. Servus, wie geht's? Hejsan. Welcome to our manor, the JP Manor, and welcome to the first step on this, your journey in how to optimize your communication in your workplace. So I want to welcome you to a session, 24 minutes of me engaging you in one of the greatest things that we are being puzzled over with right now. Can you agree on one thing? That prior to what we ended up in this world-changing situation, we had not a dislike, but we had a sort of enforcement of going into a meeting. We knew that there was going to be a bad PowerPoint and the meeting structure would be bad, and you really didn't understand why you were attending that meeting. And that was prior to the world changing. And now we are facing something even greater. Because we have walked into the digital era in a way that we could never dream of. But somewhere on that line, we knew for a fact that this was going to happen sooner or later. So I want to embark you on this journey and take a step forward in understanding that you will always be the prime of every meeting. You will be fully responsible for the rest of your life of the outcome of every single meeting, the outcome of how our coworkers around us feel. You are the one that will make that optimization. So looking into the digital era, we are facing a lot of video conference calls, phone meetings. And there was a study that I want to let you in on that, did you know this? That there was a study done to show how engaged people are when they're having a video conference call. And that study shows, and this might be breaking news for you, but did you know that 27% of the participants that was in that study did come clean that once or twice in a video or an audio meeting that they have fallen asleep, like this gentleman right here. Maybe you recognize yourself, maybe you don't. But the question that we have to ask ourselves is, why is it that way? Why are people doing so much other stuff than really participating in that, what you give them, the most important, crucial thing that you have? And that is your time. And that is something that I'm going to straighten out right here and right now. So to do that, I'm going to give you a single-handed tool that will give you the effects of as following. Listen to this and see if you like this. Number one, it will open up your nonverbal communications to levels you've never, ever felt before. That's number one. Number two, you will have people be more motivated and engaging in what you're talking about. And the third and most important reason, and this tool will give you, is that people will start remembering what you talk about. So that is what I'm going to tell you and what I'm going to give you. But to give you a full understanding of how that's going to work, we have to look back and take a step back in how you look on the inside of your head. So between your earlobes, there's a gray mass that in generally weighs 1.2 kilograms, and it looks like this. So this is your brain, and we all have them. But looking back 450 million years ago, because I have to give you the structure of how it's working, because if you get that structure, you will have full understanding how you can optimize your communication, not only in your workplace, but on a private level as well. So 450 million years ago, we got this part of the brain that was created. So this is called the reptile system. Pretty basic functions, but so, I would say, imperative for your existence as you know it. Because it has three things. So in every situation that you end up, especially new ones, every situation that you end up, the brain is going to go like this. Okay. You walk into a new room, you open up your video conference, and the first thing it's going to say is, okay, ooh, am I going to survive? Ooh, am I going to survive this? Fear is the first thing that comes into that reptile brain system. Second thing goes, I smell fruits. I wonder if there's any food. Oh, is there? Oh, over here. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Yep. I wonder if I can eat this. And the third and final thing that kicks into the reptile system is, ooh la la, ooh la la, ooh la la, mon chéri. I wonder if I can reproduce myself with that thing or that person over there. It's reproduction. These urges and needs that we have in our life are imperative when it comes to decision making. But we'll come back to that later on. Moving forward a couple of million years, we had another part of the brain that was developed, and it's this one right here. This is called the limbic system. Limbic system, emotions. Oh, yes. So whenever you did this, haha, or whenever you said, no, I don't want that, I don't like that, I'm upset. It was the limbic system who created that emotion and that feeling. The great thing with the limbic system is that it creates also the signal substances and hormones in you, so you get different emotional statements or mental states of mind. So, would you say that emotions are important in your life? I would say that you depend on them. But we can't just go around having fear for things, being hungry, or want to reproduce, or just have emotions. We need to become smarter. And that is when this part of the brain kicks in. The big part right here is called the cortex. The cortex handles everything that has to do with information, la información. And now ask yourself, how much information do you transmit to other people around you in your near vicinity as coworkers? Emails, PowerPoints, video conference calls that doesn't give anything, emails, PowerPoints, video conference calls that doesn't give you any. You see where I'm going with this? There's so much transmitted every single day. There was a study done in 2015 in the great UK, and they came up with this. You are submitted to messages, and we're talking information, informative messages, every single day to the amount, if you take like around if you, oh wow, I'm losing myself because it's such a great number, 20,000. So 20,000 messages in average is sent to you. Do you think you can cope with that as a human being? You would be overwhelmed with that. So luckily, right here is something called the prefrontal cortex. And that prefrontal cortex helps you survive. Because it's asked to ask one thing and one simple question. And that is this. Whenever there's a message sent to you, it's going to go, excusez-moi. Is this important for my further well-being and my existence? And in 9 times out of 10, it's going to say, "Niet, raus," which means no in Russian and out in German. The thing is this. We need to stop what we're doing right now. We need to stop having the boring calls. We need to stop the boring video conferences. We need to stop the boring physical one-to-ones. We need to become smarter. If you look at this, there's a way to see how you make decisions and what you base those decisions upon. Reptile system, in many cases, reacts and overrules both logic and emotions. But emotions overruns, in many cases, the logic. So what I want to give you is an insight and a tool that's very simple, but it takes some time for you to work it in. So whenever, the next time you plan your meeting, you have to be smart in your communication. Because if I show you these 5, right here, what, how, when, where, and who, these are in general types that we transmit when we send an email, go through a PowerPoint, have a video conference call, have an audio call, or just have a physical meeting one-to-one. what we need to do, how we need to do it, when we need to do it, and where we need to do it, and who will do it with you. If you do that, it's information. It's going to be sent right into the prefrontal cortex, the safeguard, the guardian of your brain or their brain. And it's going to do 9 times out of 10 going to say, "Niet, raus." So we have to do one smart thing, and that is ask ourselves, why? ¿Por qué? So we need to start focusing on why things are doing, or why we need to do it, or why that person is going to be involved. But there's always 2 types of why. And you go, okay, Alex, what do you mean? So get this. This can be, if not the most important sentences, or the 2 sentences that will be the most important in my talk, but listen to this. You have to figure out why is important for me to tell them what I want to tell them. That's number 1. It's your why. Then you have the second one, and that's their why. Why is it important for them to listen to what I have to say? And you go, okay, all right, still don't really get it. Okay, ask yourself a simple question. Why do you do what you do? ¿Por qué? And then you ask yourself, okay, why should then other people listen to what I do? The first thing that pops in your head, that's going to be too vague. We have to trickle it down in the times of 3. So you have to ask yourself every time before you start even to call that video conference call, or for that video conference call, you have to ask yourself, okay, why do we want to have this call? What is my why? What is their why? And when you come up to that, you're going to say, okay, that's too vague. Then it's like peeling off layers of skin. So then you peel off the first layer, going, okay, why do we really have to have this call? Why do I want to say what I want to say, and why should they listen? When that is done, that is good, but it's not deep enough. Then you peel off that second layer, and that's when you hit the sweet spot. That's when you go, I understand why the meeting has to happen. I have to understand also why I have to tell them what I want to tell them, and why they have to listen to what I have to say. So focus on the why, because when you do that, magic will happen. So what can I give you as a structure? Well, as a very simplified structure, it's 6 points that you need to go through as a checklist. So whenever you're going to call a meeting, and I'm going to come to why this is great for your communication. So whenever you're going to transmit something, whenever you're going to make that request for them to join a video conference call, a phone call, or just a meeting face-to-face, number 1, we have to focus on, okay, what is the topic that I am going to talk about? Make sure that you have that clear. Second thing, then you have to go, okay, who is going to be the target group? Who are going to participate in this meeting? Because why do we want to have that? Well, we have to figure that out because it has to be relevant for them to be a part of it. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to attend. But also, we can figure out when we know who's there, how and what we're going to include in our presentation or include in our communication. When we come down to the target group, then we look at okay, what's the meeting's why? Figure that out. What is the reason? What's the reason for us calling this meeting? Why is the reason we're having this? Now, those 3 makes perfect sense. We could stop there, but it's not good enough. We need to dig down even deeper. So the fourth and the 5th point are looking at your why, but also figuring out their why. And you take down this by times of 3. So yes, you might say, but Alex, this takes a lot of time. Well, preparation is a key factor for all success when it comes to communicating. Always. Always been, always will be. So the 6th and final step, that is the goal. What do you want to achieve with everything? What do you want to achieve with you setting up a meeting or setting up this face-to-face or just a phone call or just talking to someone? Because I have, by my experience, being a part of the David J.P. Phillips family for the last 7.5 years, I've understood that in so many cases that people are going, okay, they have this gigantic goal, but they have no way that making sure that it's going to be transmitted within the time limit that you are given or they're given. So make sure that the goal that you set for whatever communication you want to deliver and transmit, that the goal is reachable within the time limit. I mean, I got 25 minutes with you. I have to optimize it as much as I can, but I have to make sure that the goal is that you have gotten solid advices to know exactly how to become better in your communication, in your workplace, in your workspace, but even with your friends and family. So now when you've done this, you go, okay, Alex, I understand that the why is important, but why is the why important? Okay, here's the thing. When you communicate a why, there's something that happens with your communication. And I'm talking about the nonverbal. I'm even talking that the nonverbal will have effect on the verbal. So looking at the biological aspect or out of the biological aspects of giving the why, it's a signal substance called dopamine. And you like dopamine, you enjoy dopamine, because dopamine in the right angle and the right proportion will make a person more motivated to listen to what you have to say. It will also make that person more focus-oriented on what you're saying, but the greatest thing and effect of dopamine, it increases the memory from the one to who you speak with. But for your sake, there's this blows my mind every single time. So when you give somebody else motivation, and you are using that why, it's like you're taking a golden key into your ear and you're opening up a door to your nonverbal communication. I can guarantee that the more you dig down deep into your why and you transmit that why, something called functional gestures are going to apply to your nonverbal communication. So you might ask, what is functional gestures? Well, a functional gestures can be a spatial gesture to show that something is growing or something's decreasing, or it's going to be high or low, or it's something that moves in one direction or another direction. It can be something as simple as you're going to stand in front of somebody and give them a regulator, which is a hug. You can welcome them to even take a step forward and go, good morning, everyone. So great to be here today. So that will open up. And the more you listen to the signals that are transmitted into your entire body and even your feet, then people will start gaining more trust in what you're saying as well. Because if you look at the studies that have been done for so long, the scientists can't agree on exact numbers. We got the German scientists that stand over here and go, es geht da nicht, es 58%, jawohl. And then we have the Italian scientists on the other side and say, but no, señora, no, it's 96% yes. So if you draw a general number between all the studies from 1970 up to this day, we find that you transmit up to 70%. People trusting you more with your nonverbal communication. Now ask yourself, can you really, in this day and era and age, can we really lack that and not use that 70% of people trusting you, what you're saying? Not only if you're sending your business message, but when you're sending your thoughts and ideas, your meaning. So I'm saying this, start implementing more why in your communication around your workspace. Give them the reason why you call to a meeting, why you should open your mouth, and why they should listen to your mouth opening. You will see greatness like you've never seen ever before. But there's also another thing. Going into this digital era, I can hear you guys saying, oh, okay, Alex, that sounds really good. It sounds really amazing. But everything crumbles. Yeah, everything crumbles when we have this video, this camera in front of us. I mean, being a public speaker, I know for a fact that many people feel a fear of public speaking more than death itself. And that is public speaking. Now we've gone to an era, a new age, where this is going to be even more scarier. That little camera that I'm looking into right now that doesn't give me anything back. So there was a study done in Finland that shows that eye contact creates something else, something that bonds people between each other. And the great thing with that is not only when you have a physical interaction with somebody and you look that person in the eye, this is now also transmitted through the camera. It's harder, but it's there. And what I'm talking about is the substance of oxytocin. So oxytocin is generated by me looking into your eyes like I'm doing right now. And hopefully you're responding by looking back at my eyes. So I'm transmitting right now. I can't receive, but looking into the digital era, the digital platform that we're entering today, we need to make sure that the eye contact with the people that we talk to is there. So make sure to remember to have that eye contact with people when you speak to them using a camera. Well, I would say that even when you don't use a camera, you should definitely have the eye contact. So now I've given you solid advices of what why will give to you. Nonverbal communication, that it will open up something that is so imperative in your life, and that is to gain trust from other people. And now you also know that you transmit oxytocin by just looking somebody in the eye. Is there anything else I want to give you? Well, as a stand ground, or something that I do every time, and then it is using impossible rhetorics here, but every time, if I get the chance and opportunity, it's always, of course, something we need to, the elephant in the room who needs the address, and that is the magical noise that we make when we have no idea what to say. When it comes to optimizing your communication, there's several different things that we have to be clearer in our message. We need to gain trust. We need to be confident. But everything just crumbles down if we do one thing, and that is something that you know perfectly well what it is, and that is that noise that we make when we're not certain of what we're going to say. It might be that it's not our native language. It can be that we're structuring or just forgot what we're going to talk about, and that is the magical filler sound. I know I look like a zombie doing that, but you know perfectly well what sound I'm addressing to. So here's a quick tip and an advice that can revolutionize your verbal communication. First of all, we have to identify that we have an issue. So when you are listening to yourself talk the next time, make sure you write down what kind of filler sound it is that you have. Is it sort of like, you know, or whatever it can be, but as long as you make a noise. Second thing, then you tell people around you in your near vicinity, whatever, if it's coworker, or if it's your friend, or if it's your family, you say this, let me know when I do this. So when you make that noise, you ask them to go up and do this in your face, this in your face, this in your face, this in your face, this in your face. Now you identified and you make sure that you are addressing it. And this third and final thing, you need to have a tool to replace it. That's when you're going to invert it and take a small, quiet inhale instead. If you devote yourself and you practice this, I guarantee you, 3 weeks and it will be gone forever. So instead of making that filler sound, make sure it's a quiet inhale instead. Lovely people around the globe. We have come to this part where I say, well, you guys have embarked of being this person right here. You've embarked on that journey of taking a step forward in your communication. You have now taken a step forward to optimize your communication, and you have taken one step further to not limit your communication in life. So when you wake up tomorrow, you have a choice. Either you go, well, that was a good talk yesterday from Alex. Yeah, I'll keep on doing what I've done so many years before. Or you say this, I want to become the best version of myself when communicating in my workplace, and today is going to be the first day I'm going to do it. Thank you so much for these 25 minutes. I hope you learned something and take that away with you tomorrow when you wake up. From me here in a lovely Sweden, in Ramnes at our course facility, I wish you a bon voyage and arrivederci tutti.
Ideas start with an impulse, a desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Hello, iGaming Next. It's a pleasure to be here again. My name is Enrico Bradamante, and I am the founder and chairman of iGen, the iGaming European Network. We are an industry trade association of 24 of the leading iGaming companies based in Malta and operating on the European and international markets. Our mission is to give the industry a common voice and to drive positive change in the environments we operate in. Today, I would like to talk to you about one of our key initiatives, Why iGaming. WhyIGaming.eu is a portal that we launched in September to give the industry a platform to communicate to the general public and to promote our industry and the amazing opportunities it offers. On the website, you can find testimonials of employees who have already worked in the industry and hear firsthand about their experiences. You can also find out what we do around responsible gaming, the work that we do in the community to support Malta, and the business practices to protect the vulnerable players. But what I really want to talk to you about, and a unique feature of this website, is the ability to search all the vacancies of the iGen members from this one location. What we have done is to connect all the career pages of the iGen members via APIs. So the jobs are live and directly searchable from the whyigaming.eu portal. You can find open positions and apply directly for the jobs onto the companies that are advertising the jobs. As of today, there are over 250 open positions. And if you do the similar search on LinkedIn, you end up with only 150 open positions. And if you are from outside of Malta and are interested in making a move here, you will also find useful tips and information about where to live in Malta, the cost of living in Malta, and how to apply for residency cards and permits and other useful information. So in conclusion, if you have a friend that is looking for a career in iGaming, do send them to the whyigaming.eu website, as there are more opportunities than even on LinkedIn.
Guys, welcome to day 3, the final day of the adventure of change. It's been such a great event so far, hasn't it, Pierre?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, I mean, 2 fantastic days, executive day 1, marketing day yesterday, and now we jump straight into HR today.
Exactly. So it's a whole day dedicated to HR. We're super excited. So since we cannot celebrate, this event with a final ending dinner, me and Pierre have decided to dress up from top to toe today, and I must say, Pierre, you're looking very dapper.
Thank you. Likewise, Alice. You look fantastic. It's like once a year occasion when you dust off the tuxedo. This is that occasion, especially this year, 2020.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling today? And is there anything specific today that you're looking forward to?
I mean, I must say that I feel the way that we look, I must say. So that it's a good 10 out of 10 today. I mean, there's so many good sessions today on the HR and the personal development type topics. The session that we just saw now with Alexander Grabner-Jarlung is amazing. He's such a cool person, and he's actually a TEDx speaking coach. So he's a high-level guy. So that was fantastic, and then I'm looking forward to the next session here with some of our HR friends that are talking, coming just after this, and then of course Navid, the head of HR of Vodafone, will be very interesting.
He's going to sum up the day, so we have some interesting questions for him as well, don't we?
Yes, we will.
Great, and just another, quickly reminder to you guys: the chat is open today as well. So if you have any questions, it's the last day. Make sure you send your questions over, and Pierre will see them. And today we also have new questions for the poll. So go in and vote so we can see what you guys think is the right answer for these questions. Next up, we have a very interesting panel discussion. The theme is handling your remote cross-cultural team. So enjoy that, guys. See you later.
Hello and welcome. Thank you, iGaming Next, for dedicating a day to people, a first in the iGaming space, I would say. Today, I'm here with Mikael Langman from NetEnt. Hi, Mikael, and hi, Tina Pani from Evolution Gaming, head of HR of Evolution Gaming. And we will be talking about handling your remote cross-cultural team. So before 2020, a movement was brewing within the knowledge work organizations. Technology and digital connectivity had advanced so fast that so many people began to wonder, do we really need to be in each other's presence to do our work? So today we can say that most of us have experienced remote work to an extent that we had never experienced before. But is it sustainable in the long run cross-culturally? Hi, Mikael, and hi, Tina. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Well, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Welcome. Shall we start with a brief introduction of yourselves? Mikael, would you like to start?
Well, of course. So, hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here in this panel. I think it's been a great event so far. A lot of learnings. Excellent. And it's... yeah, I'm Michael. I've been in the industry just short of 10 years. And today is actually a special day. My daughter is turning 14, so we had a bit of celebration. So I'm in a good mood and really excited about the panel.
Nice. For sure, a happy birthday from us. And Tina?
First of all, thank you for having me. I think this year it's even more important. The more we interact and share, and it actually gives a very pleasant feeling to have an opportunity to be here today. I've been with Evolution for 2.5 years already. I think it's been an amazing experience and quite an exciting time overall. And I'm head of HR. Currently, due to station is in Malta, but I'm responsible for the different locations. So I hope my experience with the cross-cultural Teams will be actually helpful for anyone who is attending the session today.
And in fact, I'd like to start with you, Tina. I would say that Evolution is probably one of the larger organizations within our industry. How did you manage the transition to remote within your organization?
You know, even before I mentioned probably remote, I think it's very important that for HR, you know, it's core to have a very high emotional intelligence. But when it comes to this year, I think the most important thing we all had to concentrate on was to accept that it's hard time. People are going through different type of emotion, different feelings, and different issues in their life. So to be more open towards anything that comes our way, to listen to them even more, to be accessible and have support different based on different locations, but actually suitable for each of them. So I think that was the priority first, to understand what our people were going through and how could we be there for them. As for moving to remote, obviously due to the business specifics, we cannot fully move remote. So we had to partly move remote and follow all the regulations depending on the location and how the government was advising what was happening at that stage. Obviously, for the people who were still continuing to be from the studio, from the offices, we made sure that everything is cleaned at the highest level, that there is all the necessary equipment they may need to feel safe. And at the same time, what was very important and a big learning for us, and I'm glad that our amazing team managed to tackle it, we had to speak to them and we had to make sure that everyone understood why somebody was remote, why somebody was on site, that actually we were there for them and that we tackled all the potential fears together with them. When it comes to the remote teams, obviously, we made sure that all the managers have even more interaction with their teams now, because we believe in working in a quite close environment when, you know, there's creative team and you can jump up and discuss and have the brainstorming session. And this obviously for the temporary time had to be substituted with a different approach, with more calls or with more one-to-ones upon need delivering the equipment to the door if somebody couldn't be at the office that day. I mean, we accommodated as much as we could, but I still think the biggest learning was to tackle and support the emotional state of different people, because based on location, the harder times were in different period. So it was fluctuating depending who you were speaking to. But I think the most important was still that we've literally took the emotional intelligence to even more high level to be there for the people.
How about you, Michael? NetEnt also has offices in many different countries. Do you think that your approach made a difference because of where people are sitting or which culture they're coming from? How did you approach it?
Yeah, I started to reflect here during Tina when she was talking about, you know, how they approach at Evolution. And you know, I think in the early stages, no one really knew how this, you know, for how long it would be and all of that. So, but we've always said at NetEnt that, you know, we're following the local guidelines. So that was very important to have that message out there from day one. And that meant, like in Sweden, the offices have, of course, been open during this whole period. I think you all learned the Swedish way of, you know, dealing with Corona, and there was a lot of criticism in the early days, and then, you know, it turned into something maybe that was actually the right approach, and so that's what we said, and we will follow the local guidelines in all the different sites that we had, and in some cases that meant that we closed the office, like in Kiev and Krakow, and of course hardware was shipped to the employees so they could, you know, have a proper workstation at home. But I would also like to take the view on, you know, in the beginning of this situation when, I mean, we, of course, one was actually making sure that the individuals could work from home. But then when, you know, when you saw video conferencing tools, the third-party tools that we're using, all of us, we saw, I think Zoom was heavily affected, you know, the bandwidth, because it increased from their normal to something huge. And so that just put a lot of effort and I'd say challenges in the data communication as such as well. But we've always had a very strong local guidance, a strong leadership there, because I think that's what's key in this as well, that the managers, the leaders needs to be available more than ever. I think, you know, when you are in an office, you meet at the coffee machines and you just have these ad hoc syncs happening randomly, but that, you know, it can't happen in a situation like we're in. So that was one thing, reminding leaders that, you know, you need to book the one-to-ones. You need to see your employees. You need to see how they're doing. You need to listen to them. So I think this goes across for you know, it doesn't matter if you're in iGaming or wherever you are. But of course, we've also had situations in the production as such where people need to be on site. And then, of course, there as well, we have followed the local guidance and adapted to the specific situation there. So it's been very different in Stockholm and Gothenburg. The offices have been open and there still are. But in other countries, they have been shut. And, you know, this is where we are now as well.
And in fact, as you're talking, so many questions are passing through my head. But one point on leadership that you touched upon, and I'd like to talk a little bit about this. Do you think that leadership is taking a different shape? Has the situation that we found ourselves in reshaped the definition of leadership? Does it make a difference? Does leading a team remotely or leading a team in the office, are they different? What's your take on that?
No, I wouldn't say that they're different. I think you need to be more thorough, meaning that, I mean, I think when you have a procedure every day, you know, you get up, you have your breakfast, you go the morning walk, and then you sit in front of the computer at 8 a.m. or whatever time that is, and you're dressed like you were if you were going to office. I think that's like just a hygiene. As a leader, you need to have control of your time. So you just need to do what you were supposed to do anyhow. And then I mean, in software development, you know, you usually have these daily stand-ups. And I think that has happened as well. It's just that you don't have them physically. And it's not new to the industry that you have teams in different locations, so they have to dial in for the daily stand-ups. So I think that didn't really change the need for a new leadership per se. But I think the leadership, I mean, the leaders, they have to be like really conscious about, you know, it's the small things that you actually schedule the one-to-ones, and that you know, the talks that I said earlier, the ad hoc, that don't happen anymore. So you need to be available. I think the worst mistake you can do as a leader is to have a fully packed agenda, like the whole week through, because you need to have time for these ad hoc meetings to happen.
Yes, and on this point, I mean, there are so many challenges that come with remote working, and I think one of the comments I hear, you know, so often when I'm talking about remote work is so many people say, I'm spending my day in calls all day long. I don't know if you've experienced that yourselves. How can we manage our time better? Maybe Tina, you can tell me a little bit more about that.
You know, actually, I would also like to bring the personal example, because one thing is that when your team is fully remote, but second thing is that when you as a manager, you end up being remote, because when the COVID time actually started at the beginning of the year, I was on vacation in my home. I am from Georgia. And it went on a very quick lockdown that I could not actually leave for 5 months. So I ended up managing and communicating and supporting all of these teams, being absolutely away. And I had no choice. I had no impact, even if I really wanted to. So I think from that perspective, the planning has been the key to actually make sure that every team received enough attention and information, that the priorities were set straight, because in this sense, you yourself as a manager who is engaged, and from the HR perspective, I think we are there for people and we love to be amongst people, and to be away was very difficult. So I think what I personally tried to do is that I gave enough time to every team, and I tried to understand as much as I could what they were going through. So for me, priority was their time at that sense. I didn't think it would last as long as it did. But
I think neither of us did.
No, absolutely no one. So the planning for me actually was the key, and making sure your team knows you're available, because at that stage, for me personally as a manager, they knew it was day or night. They could call me, they could Slack me, and I think most of the companies actually, it doesn't really depend on the industry, trying to be more digital. I mean, we use more groups, more chats, more platforms. But I think this situation took it to the whole new level, how fast we could reply to these chat groups to make sure the information was flowing. But besides that, do the video calls. I mean, let people see you, because emotions are still more expressed when they see, and the feeling of comfort, obviously, is what we should do. I think that as a strong leader and a manager, you need to make sure your people are comfortable, and you need to create the environment for them to do the job. This is the main aim for the people leaders, in my understanding. So even through the platforms, it's doable. It's hard, but it's doable.
It seems like from the way you are both speaking, it seems like culture as such, or where the people sit or where the people come from, it is not the factor that really affects the way you manage remote work. But do you think that there is a universal way, one way of managing teams remotely?
I wouldn't say there is a one way. I think every business for themselves establishes the core, sort of like the guideline and direction. Same like we do with values, we establish the core direction of how we manage different teams, how we structure our teams. But when it comes to the specifics, the most important to be successful and to be close to your people is to let them have a local flavor and adjust to the local needs. Because once again, as the situation was different per location, the attitude as well was a bit different, because some cultures may be slightly more emotional, some can be less, but it doesn't mean that they're going through the less stress. It may be just showing less. So you should be, as a leader who is not there at the moment, you should be very cautious to have a deep understanding of that specific culture you're dealing with.
We have one question that came in from our viewers. Mikael, maybe you can take this. So the question is, how would you advise for employees development during pandemic? Currently, it feels that many businesses put L&D on hold. But what if next year is also tough? Can we wait forever?
I don't think we can wait forever. I think, perhaps starting the broad L&D programs is perhaps not. I think what we have done is that when there's been a specific need, then we have taken care of that need, because there are ways of doing that. I think also these, the suppliers to the industry, or any industry when it comes to leadership or individual development, they have adapted their courses or programs as well. I've seen some very good examples in Malta, how they have changed into a fully digital environment, which of course, this. I listened to one of the talks, I think it was yesterday, Michael Hansson. He said, it's all about adapting and adjusting. And I think, yeah, that's the way forward, right? And so I think what I'm trying to say probably is don't wait for the learning and development initiatives. I think there are smart ways of doing it, and we don't have to invent that ourselves, because the industry that is experts in that area, they are doing that. So just hook up with the partner of choice, and that there are definitely ways to get the development of the individuals going.
Certainly, I really agree with you on this one. And even pre-COVID, a lot of learning was already set up digitally. So if you look at, there are so many platforms nowadays, you know, where you can access really, really good content. What from the experience that maybe I have been through this year, I can actually mention an example. We had the same facilitator facilitating training in the presence of some of our employees in Sweden, but remotely with a team in Malta. And you could see that the presence, you know, being present with the facilitator does make a difference, unfortunately. But I'm sure that we can get better at this, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think when it comes to the individual coaching and development, then it could work really, really well. But, you know, if you want to have that kind of program where you try new leaders and put them to the test, and, you know, then you need to have that kind of creative environment as well. And that's, you don't get that through internet, basically.
I would like to add on the topic, because all this time we've been trying to become even more digital when it comes to our learning. And I believe this was actually an additional push to switch to digital as much as possible. I agree with you, Marie. It has a different feeling depending on which course are you going. Is it coaching? Is it just a regular seminar? Is it a language? Obviously, it makes a difference if it's in class, if it's online, if it's instructor-led or not, etc. But I believe that we've all learned that we should be prepared, that the development should never stop. And we were restricted to travel. We couldn't go to conference anymore. So a lot of things had to be moved to digital fully. And one thing I would add, for example, besides just moving the learning to digital, we know that team building as is always been about being around your team, doing the exercises which actually bring this culture out, when you bond even more, then you have topics to discuss afterwards which are tied to the values of the business. Now we're, for example, testing the game for my team, and we would like to have it like as a team building event. And at the same time, it also provides the overview of the development areas potentially we may have as an HR team, which is very interesting experience for me because I've never done it online. So I believe the market itself, from the learning perspective, the external companies are also catching up, and the products that appear nowadays, they were not available before. Nobody thought that they would be so crucial and so needed on the markets. So I think we should try to adapt to this as much as possible as well.
Definitely. I really agree with you on that. The quality has already improved in just months of being, to a certain extent, being forced to move learning to digital. We have another question from our audience which has just come in, and the question is for both of you, Mikael and Tina. And the question is, have you considered trying to recruit more employees with a digital nomad background? After all, these people are used to working 100% remote. Tina, would you like to take this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think that our recruitment specifically changed based on that. I still personally believe, and I think this is what our company stands for, is that the attitude and the passion is very important. So if you are a cultural fit, if you're a dedicated person, everything else can be taught and supported with. So for us, nothing changed from that sense, at least.
How about you, Michael?
Yeah, so NetEnt has been, you know, it's been quite the journey in 2019, to say the least. But let's start with what I'm hearing from my friends out there in the industry and how they look upon recruitment. And yes, I think there is a shift, especially for perhaps companies within digital marketing. I think that there, you know, it doesn't really matter where you sit. You can be a rock star sitting anywhere, and, you know, it's just, you know, your knowledge and your expertise that is needed. In NetEnt, you know, we've had a challenging year for sure. We had this reorg in the spring, and then when that was done, and the dust settled, then there was a bid on the table from Evolution, right? So we have, of course, we have grown in some areas of our business, yes, but that has been more where we need to have people working together. So it's not that we've been opening up to work remotely from anywhere.
It's interesting that you talk about this, and it's really interesting to see to get to know whether COVID, disrupted your plans or the way you are going to communicate. Obviously, when you have such meetings or you're working on such projects, you want to do it in the safest way possible for the employees, right? And possibly not being in somebody's presence when you're communicating that news removes that safety. How did you handle it, and would you have done it any differently? How did you react to this disruption to a certain extent?
I mean, I think anybody that needs to deliver a message to an individual, that there is a risk of they're losing their job, that there is a redundancy situation. I think 100% of the cases that should happen face to face. That was not possible, right? So this happened pretty much in the beginning of the COVID, and all the negotiations with the unions and everything had to happen digitally, which was, of course, very, very challenging because the unions, they are used to having the meetings, face to face. You go to their office or you meet somewhere, and then you sit and then you negotiate. But here we had to do that through many different tools. We tried them all. And some were more advanced in their digitalization than others. So it was a real struggle for 2 months. And at the same time, you need to really take care and see the individual that was in the middle of it, right? So I think we established like a daily forum where we could take care of all the employees that was affected by the change. And I think that was very valuable. And of course, then we had the individual talks as well. But all of them had to happen through video. It wasn't ideal, but it worked. And I think that's a good lesson as well. It actually works doing something of this scale digitally, even though it's always been done, face to face. But of course, in the ideal world, I would always like to have that one-to-one discussion face to face.
Yes, and it's a difficult task regardless of where you are. And obviously having this disruptor, obviously, I'm sure made it all that difficult on your team and on your organization. And on empathy, you both spoke about empathy, and you mentioned it a number of times. And we do have a question from our audience. And somebody is asking us, how do you balance the empathy towards your employees and meeting the administrational requirements of the company? How do you handle underperforming employees that do have a potential to evolve and improve? So that's a second question.
I believe that the question is not specifically related to this period of time. I think that's a standard question to all HR. How do you find this sort of like the golden middle? I think if you establish that the approach to all employees should be fair, that's when you start to address the issues in the right manner. Obviously, we're all human and we feel for the people, but at the same time, there is performance, there is the work that actually has to be done. I think from the HR point of view is that to always make sure that you are fair in every decision that you make. And second, explain to people, speak to people more, whether it's a positive decision, negative decision. People need to understand why. So I always find that the key in any situation to explain in details what is happening, why it's happening, if there is improvement needed in somebody's performance, how can we as a company help that person to improve? And everything like this. I believe from the HR point of view, and I don't know if Michael agrees with me, when you choose this as your profession, you know the hard part of it as well. You know the emotional part of it as well. But you're ready because at the same time, with your coaching, with your support and the impact you can make on the people, you actually change lives for the good. You actually give people opportunity to grow and reach their potential at the maximum. And I think it's the biggest pay that you can get as an HR professional.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I think, being fair and honest, that's key here.
What I wanted to ask actually is also COVID related to a certain extent. So have you seen or have you experienced managers closing an eye on underperformance because of the situation we were in? So on one hand, managers possibly want to safeguard the well-being of their employees. On the other hand, they feel that somebody in their team is underperforming and possibly they choose to close an eye because they find it difficult to find that balance. Have you experienced it? Michael, maybe you can go with this one.
The short answer is no. Yeah, there's been nothing like that.
And how about you, Tina? Have you experienced any such situation?
No, not a situation like this. I think what has changed from the previous times that if somebody is underperforming, it was very important to understand what was the factor, because being in a bit of a crisis mode can impact people in different ways. So maybe at that point, lack of performance was actually based on them being afraid of something. And that was the key for us to understand and find out. Was it tied to something else directly connected to their job, or was it because the emotional state was actually unstable and we could provide psychological help or something like that? So I would say the concentration more shifted to that, but no, obviously the work is work, the business is business, and people, I'm actually very proud to say that people on every level in evolution, actually, they understood the situation, that we were all in together, and the support that was coming from the management down to any level and back from any level up, it was amazing. It was difficult for all of us together, but it was important that we made sure that each of us was actually not left alone in this difficult situation and we could tackle it together.
My next question actually is on collaboration and cross-functional collaboration and collaboration between offices with a pause being put on travel. Do you feel that the fact that people couldn't travel and be in the same office, in the same meeting room with their colleagues has affected collaboration across your cross-cultural teams, or have you found solutions to overcome that challenge? Mikael, do you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the restrictions on travel, they have affected, how we work together, cross collaboration and everything. But I'm not sure to which extent, because we are used to, when you have multiple offices, different countries, different time zones, you are used to dealing with it. But of course, I think innovation is probably, hurt the most. But I think we have seen some fantastic games coming through the Net and Red Tiger pipeline during the year that shows that we've been able to deal with that anyhow. But I think innovation when it comes to having the brainstorming sessions, standing in front of the whiteboard, that's where it hurt probably. At least that's my personal take on it. But apart from that, I think we are used to working, as said, many different offices and time zones.
I agree with you on that. Actually, we went through a personal experience ourselves when the cases were on the lower side, and we decided to actually meet in one country, and it made so much of a difference. So you can spend 2 full days, discussing and brainstorming. It does make a difference. Nothing beats being in person, obviously. But Tina, you also have so many different offices. I'm sure so many people were traveling to and from, so many different countries. Has it affected collaboration cross-functionally?
I would say that it didn't affect collaboration as is, because yes, we were traveling a lot and we have quite a few offices, but at the same time, we're used to using technology at its maximum. I believe, as I said before, we still think that, for more creative ideas and engagement and due to the business specifics, it is important that we are still on site and we are together. But on the other hand, everyone understood that this is the situation we're in, so we just have to shift and make it as good as it can be. So using all the tools at maximum and waiting for the time when we get the opportunity to get back to the travel and everything. But I think it's been going quite well, and I didn't feel, and I have not received any feedback neither from the teams that because the travel was not there, the communication or the planning or even execution of certain things had suffered. No.
We probably all can say that we don't need to travel as much, possibly in the future. Yes, and and maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this. What good habits do you think we will take with us in the months, years to come? Mikael.
I think, for our industry, it's not rocket science, working from home or remotely. I think it's been going on. Now we've seen that, it's, that it works like to not the full extent, but when being forced to something as drastically as this, you see that, okay, it actually works. So what are the learnings? How can we tweak things, continuous improvements of processes, the handshakes when people are working together from different locations. I think there's, you should do a retrospective on this when perhaps end of year, see what 2019 brought to the table and how you can tweak it into, just make things more efficient, more smoothly. Because I think, I don't think that people will continue to work from home forever. I don't think it's good. I think for some businesses and organizations, it works better than at least not the one I'm going to be part of. I don't want to work from my home office, sitting in my daughter's bedroom. That's not ideal for me. I'm a people person. I want to be out there meeting with people, giving energy and all of that. But I think there's a lot of lessons learned, especially just from a year like we have experienced within Net and Red Tiger. If there is time, I would happily sit down during Christmas break and just take down the notes. What are the key learnings? And, and present that and see how we can make it even better for next year.
Just as a last question, because I'm getting signs, we have 2 minutes left, but I'm really interested to know what your strategy for 2021 is. Do you think that your teams will eventually return back to work? Will it be a hybrid approach? What's your plan there? In a world post-COVID?
I would say that first, even touching on the previous question, is that I think we all learned that you can have many crisis plans and directions, but the world can always put them all upside down. And you may not be prepared because nobody could be prepared for what was happening this year. And it's okay. Having a strong team that trusts each other, I think everything can be managed together. And for the next year, yes, we are obviously, based on the business specific, still more working from office type of organization. But once again, we will be going with the guidelines and depending on the location. But we are not, at least at this stage, we're not the full remote, obviously. And I think it's clear for everyone.
And Mikael?
Yeah, no, I think there will be a mix for sure. I think, unfortunately, that COVID will be with us next year as well. I don't want to end on a dull note, but it's just what it is, I think, unfortunately. But we will manage, and as an HR team, we have a very important role to play in in how we educate and make our leaders even better. Just to be able to adapt to the new kind of rules that we're playing.
And I think it's been a great learning process for all of us in reality. We weren't expecting it and we adapted very well to it, I would say. If looking at this industry at least and probably digital tech industries, I think it was handled really well and we've learned so much from it. Thank you very much, Mikael. Thank you very much, Tina. It was really nice. I wish I have more time to. I was so curious, had so many questions prepared for you today. But thank you
Thanks a lot.
for joining me. And to the audience, thank you for joining us and enjoy the rest of the day in this last day 3 of the iGaming Next conference.
My name's Minal. I'm a junior doctor and the co-founder of RecoverMe. I would like to thank iGaming for giving me this opportunity to speak to you about RecoverMe. RecoverMe is a mobile health application that has been designed to help an individual manage a gambling addiction from their pocket. It has been made in conjunction with psychiatrists, psychologists, and individuals who have previously suffered from or are currently suffering with a gambling addiction. We're really excited to announce that it is now live on the Google Play and App Stores to download. And it has been inspired by a personal journey, by an individual that we met at university. He is one of 2.4 million individuals who are currently suffering from or are at risk of a gambling addiction. In a few moments, the phone will appear on the screen so we can showcase the features of RecoverMe. RecoverMe delivers cognitive behavioural therapy, or in short, CBT. This is the most effective treatment for this addiction and has an extensive evidence base. It has already been successfully used in a number of other mental health conditions, and it works by empowering the individual to change the way they think, feel, and behave towards gambling. At RecoverMe, we deliver it through audio recordings and interactive exercises. When CBT and mindfulness are delivered together, stronger positive behaviour change is achieved. And therefore, we have created mindfulness sessions that closely align to our CBT principles. This allows the individual to focus on the present and feel less overwhelmed by the past or the future. Mindfulness also has a number of other mental health benefits. In addition to this, we've incorporated a unique tab. The SOS tab is there to provide support in the acute phase of the addiction. It provides a number of tools and strategies to better manage urges and lapses. We also have the diary. This is there as a self-reflection tool. It allows users to monitor and track their progress throughout their recovery journey. And lastly, we have the support tab, as we want to provide a holistic app. We've directed individuals and signposted them to other organisations that can be beneficial throughout their journey. We at RecoverMe are really passionate about breaking down the barriers to treatment, and that's why we created an accessible solution, as most people have access to a smartphone. We also wanted the therapy to be flexible so it could be tailored around an individual's life. But most importantly, we wanted to provide an opportunity to seek discreet help, to allow individuals to access help without feeling like the stigma of the addiction was preventing them to do so. We would love to speak to you more about working together, as we're really keen to collaborate. We would like to integrate ourselves within existing support services, or if not, create new ways of supporting more vulnerable players. I think more than ever, this is so crucial. So please join us in redefining the treatment landscape and leveraging the power of mobile health technology to really change people's lives.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us on this final day of iGaming Next, where we're focused on HR and all that that means within the gaming industry. My name's Sean O'Donnell. I'm going to be moderating the panel today. I'm Head of Strategic Events at Better Collective. And over the last 12 years, I have been responsible for creating and running some of the biggest events across the gaming industry and bringing people from all parts of that industry together to network, connect, and do business. This year has thrown up some incredible challenges for everyone, but most especially for the HR department. Challenges that I don't think any of us would ever have foreseen, no matter how much scenario planning we've done around things that may or may not happen. HR is probably a very undervalued part of any business. The HR team are always there in the background working to make sure that your health and well-being is well taken care of, but you probably don't think about them very much unless you have a real issue or a need to go to them. And this year, HR really has been forced into the foreground, and they have become the superstars of the business that have kept us all going and really made sure that we are keeping well when wellness has become something of a real focus. I think generally is becoming more important, but especially during a global pandemic. So today on the panel, we're going to be talking about travel policies at work. What's changed? What do you as a manager in any team or specifically in an HR team need to think about? And beyond that, we're going to look at some ways how you can continue to share your company culture and make sure that teams stay strong and connected while we are working together but physically apart. So first of all, I am delighted to have two real powerhouses who have, I think between us all, we've got almost 60 years worth of experience of managing people, although we all look very young despite that. So first of all, let me introduce Alexia Fredno, who is the lead HR business partner at Kindred Group. And she's been there for over 15 years, working her way up and, you know, bringing her expertise in the sector with her. She's very passionate about HR, which is what you really want with somebody in a role that takes care of people. And she's managed to remain that positive and passionate about it, despite how challenging things have been for the last, almost a year now. She's based in Malta, and COVID has really given her a chance to improve her work-life balance, which has meant for her spending more time with her two beautiful daughters and practicing her yoga. Thank you very much, Alexia, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
And my other panelist is Laura Probert, who's returning to gaming after 5 years out at WPP. She is the incoming Chief People Officer at Scientific Games. She's got over 25 years of experience specialising in diversity, inclusion and people performance. She's a single mum of Sophia, who's now 17, and her love of the new has meant that lockdown's been a really good opportunity to reflect on what works for her and her teams, both professionally and personally. And we will try and touch on some of the positives of lockdown during this panel. So thank you both very much for joining me. As it's an HR day, and I think it's a good human thing to do. How are you both?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Yeah, I feel good. Really looking forward to this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it will be a really interesting session. I'm excited about what we'll talk about. So we've said, like, this year has thrown up challenges that none of us would have anticipated, and one of those is travel. I know that, you know, as an industry, we travel fairly extensively. There's events all around the world, and probably at any given point, you would have multiple people from your business traveling to multiple different locations. And that's not just around events. Now, it's fair to say that travel has pretty much ground to a halt. I would say that in a normal month, for example, I would travel at least once, maybe twice. So let's take a look at what travel looks like now in the business. Laura, what is the policy at Scientific Games and what's changed for you in the last 8 months?
Yeah, well, I think very similar to other organizations. I think travel was kind of frozen initially, and then only really when absolutely business critical. And I think it's really important to note that only if an employee is up for that. This is not about forcing people to travel somewhere because it's business critical. It has to be the choice of the employee. But actually, it's been very, very minimal. It has to be said. But I would say that actually it's a time for reflecting on what we used to do and what we do now and what's necessary. Travel we found ways of getting around that and still achieving the outcome that we need to achieve without traveling.
Yeah, and I think that's important, and we'll come on to that, is actually thinking about what is the outcome, not necessarily the method of getting to the outcome. Alexia, what's happening at Kindred in terms of travel?
Yeah, mainly it's the same. Travel has been banned as from the middle of March of this year. And obviously because employee health and well-being remains our number one priority at the moment. Of course, we are reviewing the policy that we had, the travel policy that we had before. But at the moment, travel is banned for everyone.
And I know in both situations travel is banned. Have you had anyone traveling at all?
Yeah, we have, but only very senior people, and it's been their choice to do so. So very minimal, I would say, but yes, we have.
Yeah, and same for us.
Yeah, I mean, I know I've travelled twice to Denmark on a real had to go and do something. We're obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, Better Collective are headquartered in Copenhagen, so that was kind of in the last. Not the last 8 months, but the 12 months prior to that, that was kind of my second home. So yeah, it's been very different not flying all the time. I know one of the things we spoke about when we chatted last week, planning the panel, is things are changing so quickly. So it's actually quite hard as an HR professional to put together a policy, because you create a policy and then things change and then you have to start all over again. We spoke a lot about the need to be flexible, and Laura, you touched on that in terms of how people feel about travel. Do you want to talk a bit more about the importance of flexibility and creating policies that work both for the business and for employees?
Yeah, I think, I mean, literally the situations are changing day by day, week by week. And then if you're in a global role, you've got all these different countries with all slightly different changes, different lockdowns, different rules and so on. So I think it's really important to trust people to make the right decision, and flexibility really means autonomy and people taking those decisions into their own hands, because they're the expert on what's happening in Italy or in Spain or wherever else, and it's not appropriate to be prescriptive. No one size fits all at the moment, and it's ever changing. So I think it's really important to place more emphasis on leadership as well. That's something that's a big theme at the moment, is trusting leaders to lead in the right way and make the right decisions for their people wherever they are. So that's what I think the flexibility boils down to, is empowerment and leadership.
That's interesting. And have either of you implemented anything around leadership to help the leaders we've got in place? Because leadership is, a lot of people believe it's just a skill that you have, but actually that's really not true. Leadership is something that can be learned and honed. What tools are you giving the leaders in your business to enable them to make the right decisions for their people?
Yeah, so obviously I don't start my SGD role until Monday, so obviously I haven't implemented anything there. But in my current role, actually these things should have already been in place, because leaders have already been managing people remotely. Okay, this is an extreme situation, but exactly the same leadership principles apply regardless of COVID. So I think it's the key theme is around empowerment and the business giving leaders permission to do the right thing. And if they are, the right people in those roles, they just need the permission to do that. And we have like e-learning modules around managing virtually and managing people remotely. We have, great leadership programs. So it's really kind of dialing up the things that they should already know and have been trained in, because COVID is, it's extreme, but there's lots of situations where leaders need to kind of, suddenly adjust to a new world, and those principles apply pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexia, what advice would you give to someone, whether that be specifically within an HR role or, just a manager generally, and how they should adapt their policy and what things they need to think about when they're creating a new policy around travel?
Yeah. Personally, I think that a good policy is one where you can easily adapt to changes when needed, both changes internally and externally. And that's where flexibility comes in as well. As I said before, I think well-being and security of our employees should be at the forefront. Whoever knows me knows how obsessed I am also with employee experience. And now I think also the terminology of providing a travel experience is in as well. I think the term that we use in HR, that we have a duty of care towards the employee, I think it has never been as important as it is now. So all these terminologies come into play as well. And I think it is an opportunity as well to change our mentality and also shift maybe the budgets on where is going to be our focus. Is our focus going to be travel only, or shall we adapt and also assess thoroughly the need versus the want? Shall we shift some of our budget from travel to technology and create a solid platform in there? It will also be good for our cost. I think it's good for our environment as well, because we have to report on the CO2 emissions as well. So that is important to take care. And I think personally, by doing this, we would gain quality time, both quality time with our loved ones, but also precious time at work as well, because we would avoid unnecessary travel. So this is all the things that I would advise to businesses, and what we're going through as well personally. So
yeah, that's very true. I think that's interesting about, we've got more time because we've got less travel time. I think that touches on an important wellness point of making sure that people aren't necessarily spending that commute time just working, because I know for a lot of people actually their commute, particularly people with families, their commute can be their only time that they have to themselves. So it's about thinking about what you can do to make sure, I think, you have some delineation between work. And actually, I run a virtual supper club, or I did run a virtual supper club for all of lockdown 1 in the UK. And we had a revisit last night for the first time as we're back in lockdown. And one of the things that one of our guests said is, it's not that we're working from home, it's that we're living at work. And I think that's we obviously didn't talk about this because this only happened last night, but I'm like, that's such a good way to think about it, and to try and flip it so that that's not the case. What do you think that you'll see implement once things, I guess, are a little bit more settled and we know what's happening? Obviously, we've had some fantastic potential news, trying not to get too excited, about the Pfizer vaccine, and they're talking about that being ready as early as December, which would really change things for us and for traveling. Do you think you'll see things like implementing more stringent business cases for travel? Will there be less travel, but people will be allowed to book perhaps a higher class of travel to make it safe? What do you think you'll see things like that come into the business once we're in a position to make some more solid decisions?
Yeah, for us, I think it's definitely more investment in technology, definitely more security controls, not necessarily business class, but more security controls with a unique platform, a shared platform, whereby maybe travelers can receive SMSs or notifications on time. And I think, as I mentioned before, thorough analysis for the needs versus the wants. And also, if I may, something that this COVID has taught me. Before, I used to only see the employee. Now I'm seeing the employee and his or her immediate family, because it could be that the immediate family has someone vulnerable, so it would automatically reflect on the needs of the employees. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's almost like a risk assessment, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, if somebody has, as you say, an elderly relative or parent at risk, and it would put their family at risk by traveling, of course you wouldn't enforce that. You would have to find a different way forward. So I think there's definitely a case-by-case basis, and it goes back to that kind of leadership point again, that, you know, some leaders have, you know, maybe younger, single, employees that, you know, it's not, they don't feel so much of an issue. They might have somebody who's a single parent, or somebody, as I say, who's got family who may be at risk, who may be living in the same home as them. So you have to take it, I think, on a case-by-case basis, which is why a policy is quite a hard, rigid word to use when it comes to a situation that's ever-changing and very different by person.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting as well. I think it's one of the things we're going to come on to talk about, kind of culture. But I think generally around all things in work, we're seeing that while it's good to have a policy that kind of covers you, actually millennials and Gen Z are changing the way we work and the way we think, and things aren't so fixed across everything because people are more confident, I think, in saying this might be the policy, but it doesn't work for me, and here's why, and really forcing us to think about why we have things in place, because if it doesn't work, why are we doing it? One of the things, you know, we've spoken, we're here because we're at an event, and obviously, you know, it's really nice to be able to interact and see people, because I think that's one of the things we've missed. But business travel obviously isn't just about events. You know, you're both managing functions at global businesses, and you've got teams working across countries and interacting and working on projects that take them across the globe to work with other teams and to implement processes and policies. You know, when I started at Better Collective, although I'm based in London, my first day at work was actually in Copenhagen. And as I said, you know, normally I would be in the Copenhagen office, because while I'm physically in London, actually my team and everyone I work with is not in London. So that's obviously happening lots around the world. We're seeing lots of people who are not kind of at their home office in terms of where they're normally based. What advice can you offer to managers who are looking to onboard new hires? Because one of the really positive things, you know, I think within our industry is we are seeing that there is growth, there is still recruitment happening, and that's really positive. How would you, Laura, suggest that people can onboard new hires when they can't physically meet the team that they're going to be working with in most of the world for now anyway?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's not an easy thing. It's a weird. I'm starting a job where I'm not walking in on the first day on Monday and seeing the office and getting a feel for the atmosphere and the kind of vibe in the organization. So that's really strange. I'm going to be sat in the same seat that I'm sitting in now, but in a different company. So nothing's kind of changed in a way. So it's really important for me, it's really important to get lots of contact with that person, but certainly initially. And the way that I've been working with my new team is having very, very regular video calls, short to the point, but keeping that regular contact, almost like copying the seeing somebody around the office kind of feel. And then we've been doing lots of WhatsApps, but I like to use voice message because it's more human. And also it saves me typing loads, which is boring. So I'll do a quick, well, it's never quick, actually. I usually ramble on for about 5 minutes, but send a voice message to somebody and then get them to voice message me back. So I'm actually hearing them, they're hearing me. It's more human. I think that's the thing that we need to build into our day-to-day is the human element. If it's all email, you're not going to engage with that person properly. And actually, I think whereas before, if you were in an office, you might have a weekly one-to-one catch-up because you see them in the kitchen or making a coffee. You don't feel like you have to meet all the time. I would say regular stand-ups are great, 15 minutes in the morning. Everyone sees each other. Everyone gets a chance to kind of engage and interact. and then they kind of get on with their day. They've had their little fix of human contact, even though it's remote. I think it's just changing the way you communicate.
Alexia?
No, same for us. I echo what was said. Something maybe to add is I think that especially for new employees as well, it's important to set up a network for them so that they know when and how to contact employees. I think that the buddy system works as well because it might be that the manager will not be there all the time, but the buddy, one of his tasks and role would be to assist the new employee. So I think it's really important to have this network close, especially to the new employee.
I think the buddy idea is actually really important because that's beyond just this is your manager, this is HR, this is finance. This is if you have a problem, go here. Whereas it's like here is someone who will, you can't force a friendship, but here's someone who will be your friend. And if you've got a question that you're like, I don't know if I should ask this. Should I ask this? You've got someone who's, who's a peer and you can just have a chat with. And I think that's one of the things we're all missing is just that kind of like ability to offload. And Laura, you're saying how important it is to see people. I think certainly, in England, we're in lockdown 2. And during the first lockdown, there was a lot of Zooms and chats. And then I think we came out of lockdown, but actually things didn't massively change. We were still effectively in lockdown. And then we stopped seeing each other. And actually this week I've had quite a lot of Zoom calls, so like face-to-face calls as opposed to phone calls. And one of them was with my manager. And normally we would just chat on the phone. He's like, oh, it's really nice to actually see you. And I was like, it's really nice to see you. And I think sometimes you get so like bogged down with just getting through the day, and it is, it's a challenge for all of us, this new normal. You forget actually the importance of being able to look in somebody's eyes and just see them. It makes a huge difference. And I caught a little bit of the first session this morning from the TEDx guy, and it actually, and it's something I haven't thought about for a long time, but it comes back to this old thing is, actually, most of what we say comes from our body language.
Yeah.
And I think especially when you're working in cross-cultural teams, that is so important because culturally we're all quite different. And if you've got people from different cultures, sometimes the Danes are very straight to the point. I mean, and I'm Scottish, so actually sometimes I'm quite straight to the point, but I think in a slightly different way. So being able to see each other makes such a difference. So that's like something I've really taken on board this week as well.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah, and then we were talking, about like flexibility and about millennials and Gen Z, and I think people forget that millennials now are over 30. They're not kids. And one of the things that we will have seen, and I know when we spoke about this, you've both really seen it coming through, is with both of these generations, they're really looking at who they want to work for in terms of what is that company's culture, what is their ethos. They want to make sure that they're working at somewhere they're proud to say they work for. It's not just about remuneration and their own development. They want to work for a company that's doing the right thing. How are you working with teams to share that company culture? Because that's quite hard to share. Like, Laura, you're saying, when you go into the office or not into the office on Monday, how do you absorb that culture? How do you share that without physically being in the same place?
I think the culture's changed inevitably. So you think of companies like Facebook and Google, where it's free food and the foosball table and everyone going for drinks after work. That's all gone. And I think a lot of organizations are struggling to redefine what that culture is and to create that sense of fun. What fun is one of our SGD's values. And so we've really scratched our heads over how do we inject fun when we're all sat in our houses, not seeing each other? What does fun mean now? And so I did some calls with people and talked to some of the managers about, does it mean we all go online and have like some kind of competition? Because we're in gaming, maybe we could play games together. And then you'd have some people going, well, I'm not really into that. Or, I like to do this or that. And there was no one size fits all. And so again, it went back to that, right, leaders, you know what turns your teams on and what doesn't. And so there's these microcosms now of culture. And we really have to think hard about what culture is. I think learning is really important. We know that empowerment, mastery, and purpose are the kind of three motivators for employees. So ensuring that learning is online or on video conference, and that people can really develop, because they've got a bit more time now to spend maybe on a training course or qualifying in something, getting qualifications. So for me, the culture has changed, and it's not about those kind of tangible things that you could touch and feel and see before. Now there's something more virtual and different, and I don't think many organizations have nailed that yet.
No, I don't think so. Alexia?
No, I perfectly agree. And I was smiling because she said fun. Well, in inverted commas now, it is fun because, for example, our offices are still open. So our employees have to assess whether they want to work from home or from the office. And I sometimes come in the office, and one day I came on a Friday, and usually we had Friday drinks. And then now I realize that on Friday, the drinks are served at our desks. So case in point taken, I will be coming in the office on Friday. But again, it's not the fun that we were used to. Going in the hub and meet and greet everyone. Now everything is done at our desks. So that's the limitation of fun. But yes, we also try to keep our company culture alive, also thanks to our offices as well. Thanks that we can still have our offices open and can still sort of experiment with some stuff. For example, for Halloween, we did free lunch Halloween themed, so everyone could come. Obviously, we keep our spaces and we keep our distances, but yes, at least we can keep our culture alive in inverted commas.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm mindful of time, so we have like 3 minutes and I have a couple of questions. So, what do you think are the positives? Because I think we need situations like this. I know that might sound bizarre, but it takes sometimes great tragic changes and to make us think about how we live and actually what is important. And I think that there's always something to take from everything. Everything teaches you a lesson. What are the positives that you've seen come out of the changes to how we work? And what of those changes do you think are here to stay? Alexia, if I start with you.
Yeah, I'll be very short. And I think that during this past 8 months, it was proved that we can work remotely, although we shouldn't neglect the importance of collaborating together, of meeting. And for sure, we will adopt a blended approach post-COVID. So we'll work some days from the office and some days from home. And thanks to this, I think we will gain more quality time as well with our family. So this is something that we will be adopting post-COVID.
Laura?
I think for me, it's about finding your own rhythm, because the rhythm that was there imposed upon us, which was a commute into an office and all the kind of rituals around that, have gone. We've got an opportunity to find what our rhythm, our personal rhythm is. And I've noticed that when I'm talking to people on calls, that so-and-so said, oh, I managed to get time to ride my horse, or I managed to get time to do a run, or I'm doing, as you say, this kind of virtual supper in the evening, or people they're listening to their own rhythm of what enables them to work to their optimum, to be happier and so on. And so we never got that chance before. We'd have it all laid out for us. And now that kind of structure is gone. But that's, for me, a great opportunity to apply our own structure routine that works really well for us as individuals. I think that's a great opportunity.
Fantastic. I've got a minute left, and I've got one quick question, which is, how do you motivate people to stay productive when they're in lockdown?
For me, it's communication about what's happening, keeping people engaged in the journey that we're all on. And actually, the communication levels have gone through the roof at SGD because these senior execs aren't traveling all the time. They're actually having proper town halls and calls and community get-togethers. which they weren't able to do before. And people have absolutely loved that because they have the visibility, way more visibility, weirdly, now than they did before, even though you think, oh, well, you have visibility because you're in an office. Now those communications are global and they go out to everybody and they're much more regular and consistent. And I think that's keeping people much more connected with what's going on.
Yeah, and I would add also that leaders have developed certain awareness as well that before, although they were seeing, they didn't have the full picture. So I would add that as well to communication.
Yeah, I agree. I think, interestingly, it's an opportunity where we have the ability to actually deconstruct everything we know about how we work. And I think that will take really strong, talented and brave leaders and HR leaders to allow us to deconstruct what we know, because that's obviously quite frightening to take apart what we know and to really think about what do we need in terms of structure and what can we get rid of that doesn't work for us, and empower people to work in the best possible way that they can do to deliver our goals. You know, so coming back to what we spoke about right at the start, what's the goal, what's the outcome, and how do people best do that? Because we don't need to give them false constructs that we've had for years and years. We just need them to deliver in the best possible way for them and for us as businesses. And on that note, we will wrap up. Thank you both for joining me today. It has been an absolute pleasure, and I hope that everyone has got some valuable insights. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Ideas start with an impulse. A desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
This guy, amazing. This guy is so good. It's ridiculous. We are here at the first HR Connect initiative facilitated by iGaming Idol.
Welcome to Katina. This is a fantastic initiative.
We want to get your feedback, we want to get you involved.
In my dream world, I know it's far-fetched, but
I saw you in the corner doing some crawls. We're open. Let's go for it.
Finally, the iGaming industry is putting something on like this where the HR professionals can come together.
people are always our biggest asset. It doesn't matter which business you're trying to run. As long as you can't do it yourself, you got to do it together with others.
Very interesting discussion, very fruitful discussion, having really big ears about listening, sitting down together as a group and finding solutions.
Hey guys, so the plan is to give you a little sneak peek and show you around the studio to say hi to everyone who's working so hard behind the scenes to make the adventure of change the best production possible. So here we have some key people in the studio. Sue is preparing another panel discussion. Pierre is also in preparation mode. We have Gabby, who's the coordinator, also preparing down here. But let's go up to the control room so we can say hi to everyone up there as well. Follow me. So we're now in one of the control rooms. Behind me, we have Annalise, who is the visual director, and Joel, who is our graphics guru. So anything you see on the screen in terms of graphics, he's the man. Thank you, guys. Okay, guys, here we have Joe as well, who is audio engineer, and he's responsible for all the audio. Hi, Joe. Thank you. So, guys, we're in our next control room. Behind me, we have Desmond, our IT guy, and Arthur, who's more in charge of content. And these superstars are also the ones who are responsible for all the live streaming. We have Gerda here as well. She's responsible for operations. And then we have Antoine, our marketing guru, who's in charge of the marketing with his team at iPoint. Say hi, guys, to everyone. Thank you guys for following me on my little trip around the studio to say hi to the amazing men and women who are working so hard into making this production the best version possible. I hope you enjoyed the rest of today's agenda, and don't forget to ask your questions in the live chat and vote in the polls, guys. Enjoy. See you soon.
Hi Scott, welcome to iGaming Next and this session about how to successfully onboard people remotely. I'm super excited to be here with you today as we are representing two very different perspectives. Me being overall responsible for onboarding at Betsson in my role as Chief HR Officer, and you who recently joined Hero Gaming in April as CMO and was onboarded remotely yourself. So just to give some background information to today's discussions, as we are representing two different companies. Betsson has a total of 1,800 employees located in Malta, Stockholm, Budapest, Kiev, Peru, and now we're also setting up an office in Kenya. And in Malta, where we have our headquarters, I think we still are the biggest iGaming company with almost 1,100 employees. And Hero Gaming has a total of 130 employees, 8 in Malta, 14 in Malmö, and 10 remotely. So hopefully we'll give the audience some really good and interesting perspectives on how to onboard people remotely. So at Betsson, our strategy did not really change during COVID. On the contrary, we continued with our growth plans. And as Pontus Lindvall, our founder and CEO for Betsson AB, said that when there's a big storm, some companies are building shelters, and while other companies are building wind turbines. So during the past years, we have entered more than 7 new markets, and we have 7 more markets that we're going to announce shortly. And that has put some really high pressure on us to continue to hire and onboard the best talent. And looking at the statistics this year, we have onboarded on average 50 people per month. And I think we receive around 4,500 applications per month. And in July, we saw a spike and we started to receive around 6,000 unique applications, which is of course great. But we also see that it takes longer to hire people in this situation we are in. People probably think twice before resigning. They know what they have, but might be a bit conscious of being last in, being on probation, perhaps having to relocate, etc. And I think it could be interesting to hear your story because you were hired and onboarded remotely in April during the lockdown period. You were still based in Estonia. Did you ever hesitate to join a new company because you had to start remotely? Was that even something you considered?
Thank you, Lena. Gosh, I just have to say, while I was listening to that, it occurred to me that you essentially onboard a Hero Gaming every 3 months, or you onboard more than a Hero Gaming every 3 months. So that's got to be an interesting challenge. So yeah, speaking personally for myself, I had never really considered one way or the other joining a company remotely. I think COVID caught me by surprise, like a lot of people. I was working outside of the industry in actually a language learning, global language learning company, app basically that we had grown from a meager, few thousand to millions of people. And we had remote offices. We had a London office, a Tallinn office in Estonia, and we had a bunch of remote workers, including senior level people, CTO in Spain and chief learning officer in Germany, et cetera. So I really didn't think it was going to be a problem at all, and I didn't really hesitate at all when I thought about joining Hero. It was really much more about the opportunity. But I have to say, I was caught a bit by surprise at how much more challenging it was, and it really gave me some perspective on what it's going to be like, or what it has been like for people to onboard remotely in this environment. I think there's a huge difference that we forget sometimes when we know our colleagues and then we're forced to be remote. But you already have developed relationships, you already know how they communicate, you can understand the nuances of those communications. You get into a situation where you're meeting, in my case, something like 30 new people in the first 2 weeks, and in a series of one-on-one meetings, and every meeting is challenging because you're meeting somebody new, and you're all you have to go on is this postcard size video screen, and I learned to appreciate just how much of communication between human beings lives outside of the verbal. It's nuances in facial expression and body language and things that put you at ease and make sure, confirm that exactly what you're communicating is landing for the other person in the way that you intend, that you're understanding and picking up the nuances of what they're saying and all that. So it was definitely something that I was absolutely didn't, went in completely confident and, naively confident about it first and didn't hesitate. But in retrospect, I think it's a big challenge.
I mean, I think due to the COVID situation, I guess most companies had to start onboarding remotely if they didn't already have that in place. And I think for us at Betsson, we didn't really change the content. We still have a 3-day onboarding program mandatory for all our new hires, regardless if they are a director or C agent or like you, Scott, on C-level. So the way we structure our onboarding is that the first day is about the strategy, culture, values, getting to know senior management. All our C-level participate. And the second day is more about practical things, employee information and department presentations. And focus on the second day is more on how to collaborate and work together cross-functionally. And the third day is more about customer service, responsible gaming, going through some of the mandatory compliance training. So it's very, very comprehensive. And before COVID, we had a hybrid model. All new hires in Malta, for example, they met in a physical conference room. And then we had the other locations calling in online through Teams. For the first day, and then local HR took over for the second and third day. And that was not the best option because it was quite difficult for presenters. I remember myself, you had the audience in the room, you tried to engage with them, and then you had the camera somewhere up close to the roof, and it didn't always work in an optimal way. And it's easier to address people in the room than people online, etc. But now with Corona, we were forced to do all our onboarding remotely. So we have all locations, all new hires connecting together, which in one way provides a much, much better One Betsson feeling, as everyone is welcomed and onboarded in the same way, and everyone participates in the same activities. And there's also an opportunity now to build global networks in a different way, which of course helps the One Betsson spirit. Scott, what's your view on this? Having people in a room, is that easier than talking to people over Skype or Teams, for example?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, first off, I think you're highlighting something that is really one of the key pieces, and one of my kind of takeaways on this is process is super important here, and I'm not, that's a big admission for me because I'm not much of a process guy in general. And I think sometimes the best processes are those that are essentially invisible because then they're running smoothly. But I can see, how that structured process, it's, even more needs to be more structured just by your sheer scale for Betsson works. Yeah. And I can see now, even as I've dug into this topic and reflected on it, how much there actually was, quite a process here. I would maybe describe it as a little bit more of a people first process, that where we do have meetings. They're not 3 days, which is really impressive that you do that and at the frequency. We have kind of a day long onboarding, and it happens roughly once a quarter because of the volume of onboarding of new employees. And that part was key. But by the time that happened for me in my cycle, I was largely onboarded from the people side. Some of the other things that you're saying, I think are, maybe this is not even just about onboarding, but just in general, how do you operate in COVID? We had the same discovery that when you have a mixed group where there's people in a room and people on a screen, it's far more challenging than either of the other options when you have everybody in a room or everybody remote. And I think that's, it's not an intuitive conclusion that people reach. And you have to reach that through experience and realizing what works and what doesn't. But I think it's just, it works much better for everybody if everybody's remote rather than, kind of, it's just a strange dynamic when you're reacting to a screen in a room. And I think, anyway, I think maybe that's probably the core points.
And you said you're not a process guy. At Betsson, as I said, to onboard 50 people per month, we have to be process oriented. We have to have a good structure in place because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do this in a professional way. And I think the need for structure has been even more important now during COVID. And we have tried different kind of concepts, but what works best for us is to have 2 start dates per month. So every second week or every second Monday, we kick off this 3-day onboarding program, mandatory for all new hires. So everyone goes through the same One Betsson program. And this is also part of building our culture, and it's a great way for networking across the entire organization, as I said before. But this also means that no one can start in between these days. Obviously, some there are exceptions, but we make sure that everyone has to, so when the recruiters hire people, they have 2 dates per month where they can sign on people on. And because we also want this to be very efficient for the new starters, but also for the rest of the organization. Because if we have 50 people per month, you can imagine how many questions, how much time from colleagues, from hiring managers is taking place just to help people with their onboarding or questions about IT or access, etc. So we try to do it in a very structured way.
And you're right. I mean, yeah, it's. I was wondering about that. It makes complete sense now. If you're doing it at that frequency, then you can actually have these hard start dates, and then the process starts exactly how it should. It is interesting. I mean, I think about the overhead, because you're right. Each of those sessions takes a lot of time from existing employees, right? So that's also interesting. But again, I think it probably speaks to your commitment to onboarding well. Yeah, it's very interesting. And then IT, I think, is actually a really critical one. I think and I think sometimes overlooked. And I think that's also where this is the part of the process that exists here, but that's invisible, because IT was seamless for me, both when I was remote and literally had my own computer that now had to kind of onboard in a safe and secure way to our systems and processes. And then when I then came to Malta and then kind of went through that process again with a company machine but that level, like prioritizing that, I think is just so critical, because without that, people can't get to work. And I think it also really leaves an impression. It's part of the first impression of the company, right? Is how are they going to give me all the tools I need to be successful, and how kind of invested are they in that process? So yeah, it's a great call out.
Yeah. Another success factor for us now when we do all our onboarding remotely is to have a dedicated person. And that, I think, is linked back to us being a big company and having all these 50 people being onboarded every month. So we have Camilla in our case, who's responsible for onboarding, and she takes care of all the preparations. And we're lucky because Camilla is such a great ambassador, and she's so passionate about helping people get onboarded. And she's the type of person you really want to meet when you're new. So she becomes the face of Betsson before people start, during the whole onboarding process, but she also keeps in touch with them, checking in afterwards, sending out surveys, etc. And I think she develops very special relationships with the new hires, especially in these turbulent times. I think it's so important to have one person to go to, someone you can ask questions, even stupid questions, and that take away some of the pressure from hiring managers and colleagues as well. And I think people feel comfortable because she's there for them, and they can, reach out to her for anything, actually.
I think you're right. I mean, I think I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Key point of contact is really key, is critical. And there's probably something, because for me, that was Mari, our CPO, but I also felt, sometimes guilty taking up her time, to answer my mundane questions. But she never once kind of balked at that, which was, very gracious. But I also, to be honest, I've been now probing and talking to some of the other people who have onboarded with us recently, and kind of, digging into what their experience is. But it's a question I didn't ask them, was who did they perceive as their key point of contact? It's definitely, we've definitely had, I'm sure there is somebody, but it's got to be kind of nice to be at that scale where you have kind of one onboarding. One key.
And I think it's good because she coordinates with the recruiters, so she knows who's going to start.
Yeah. So it takes all the way through the process.
To have the IT equipment ready.
Yeah, and that's definitely, I think, for me, that was key, right? They're the same people that were involved in my my recruitment and interview and hiring process were the same people I got to interact with on the outside.
And I think you mentioned a little bit, but one thing that is very important as well is how to build relationships during onboarding, especially remotely. How did you find that process? Was it easier, or was it more difficult to build relationships with your peers and colleagues?
Yeah, definitely more difficult. As I said, I mean, I think that just there's so much human beings, I think, are not, just not think about who we are biologically and from an evolutionary perspective, and we're not used to interacting through a screen, right? I mean, these are very, very recent inventions, and I think there's no substitute for being in person. And I know that can't always happen. I think there's two pieces to this. One is your manager. I realized when I reflected on this again, I would really describe our onboarding process as a very people-first approach, because we don't have the regular kind of. You don't start with an introduction to the company that's formalized and structured. You really start from an introduction to the company by introducing it to its people, and it puts a heavier burden on each individual person, I think, to basically embody the company culture, right? So that all the interactions you have actually, reflect that. And maybe that's the advantage of the scale that we're at, is we still, are able to maintain that culture. But still, I think the other piece of it that's very, very key is your direct manager. I mean, I think in a less structured scenario, that's really key, because they've got to be the one who kind of guides you in this, or other kind of key peers or mentors who step up and take those roles on. And I think that was one thing that made it very easy for me is, you obviously need to have a good manager who's personable and embodies the culture, et cetera. But I think you also have to have somebody in this era who understands the differences from somebody onboarding in COVID, pre and post COVID, right? Somebody who's onboarding fully remotely, and somebody who you can go have a cup of coffee with and sit down with, and how it takes additional energy from that side as well, from the company side, to really say, okay, it's going to be twice as hard, 5 times as hard, whatever, for this new person to come on. I'm going to have to invest, half again or 5 times as much in that person to make sure that it works. So yeah, I think if you kind of pick these things apart, it's for me, it was a challenge, especially because, okay, so given a people first strategy, you've got to meet with, I think I had, like I said, like something like 30 one-on-ones in the first 2 weeks. And that's great, because you do get to meet all the people who you're going to kind of touch and are going to be important for you. But it's also challenging because at a certain point, your brain can only kind of differentiate so much and absorb so much, right? And some of those meetings start to blur together. So that's the first piece. And then the second piece is just you kind of need that rock or a couple of rocks, which hopefully is your direct manager or some other people that step up that are willing to kind of really put that extra effort in and make sure that it's successful. And I've turned around and I think, having seen how hard it was for me, that's the one advantage, is now when I'm onboarding people, I actually really take it very seriously, take that commitment very seriously, and have to, invest that time and energy.
And that's another area that you're addressing right now, and that is how do you build networks when we onboard remotely? Because, I mean, we have all our employees being onboarded remotely, and some of them might not even have been in office since they started. So I think when we are in the office, a big part of the onboarding experience is to make sure that people meet. We have the Friday beers, like most other companies. You have Halloween parties, football tournaments, social clubs, etc. So you cater to make sure that people can come together and meet up and find friends. I mean, I think 70% of all our employees in Malta are from outside of Malta. So they're coming alone, have no families, etc. So now it's even more difficult. We have relocated a lot of people to Malta, but we still offering people to work from home. The offices are open if they want to come there, but most people do work from home. So that puts some extra pressure on how do we make sure that people come together. So we have some, during the onboarding, for example, we have a couple of breakout sessions. We do a workshop around our company values. We have a quiz at the end of each day, so people have to pay attention. And a couple of weeks ago, we also invited all the new hires in smaller groups, because I think the limitation was 14 people back then. So we still try to have them to come together to get to know each other. Something that has worked very well is our social clubs. So we have better nights driving and managing different hobbies clubs. So we have the car club, we have the esport club, we have the arts and craft, etc. And that works very well also online. So people come together and meet up and outside of normal work hours. How do you view this too?
I love it. I mean, I think there's a number of things there. One is I really we kind of uncovered this when we were talking yesterday, but I think it's fabulous that even though you onboard remotely and you've figured out how to do that quite well, you do still encourage everybody to be in Malta, right? Or at least a large number of people, and I think that opens up that possibility. I think we've been more open post-COVID to remote hires. I think we had a very kind of office-centric approach, and we still obviously aim for that, but I think we have been open to people now who we know are never going to kind of be in the offices. But like you say, that giving that opportunity to get people together face-to-face is I think very, very important, and that's something that the most successful recent onboardings, I think, have been where people either are located in Malta, are relocating to Malta, or if they're going to be permanent remote, are willing to spend a couple weeks here in the early going and start to forge some of those casual relationships. Because that's really, like, as you say, these kind of, what you're doing through social clubs and things like that is really the bond, it's the glue. And it's something I think we still struggle with. I don't know how this is for you. I mean, it's great, at least you were, back where you could do 14 people, at least that's something. We're still struggling to do events, and I think they're great. We do, but to do online events in a fun way, and we're still, I think, exploring that territory. We've got a beer tasting where beers be delivered to everybody's houses, and various flavors, and we're going to kind of do that together. We're trying that tomorrow. We'll see how that goes.
That's a great suggestion.
Yeah. So
I might steal that one. No, but I think it's good if we could also learn from each other. How
absolutely,
experience online, and how do we make sure that people are still engaged. We do this employee survey. We send out 3 to check in how people are doing, how it feels to work from home, if they have the support they needed. And we received really good feedback so far, and people still feel the best in spirit at home. But I think the longer this continues, the more innovation we have the more innovative we have to be around keeping the engagement level up.
Absolutely. And just your comment on surveys make me think it was one of the also aha moments for us. That this is again less about onboarding, but surveyed our employee base. A lot of changes, a lot of people working remote. A lot of people love that. Obviously, certain roles, would rather just work remotely forever. Yeah. But the interesting thing that was surprising is we knew it would be a mixed batch, but actually where the center of the curve was everybody really liked the flexibility, right? Like, so it wasn't that people preferred the office or preferred remote, they actually preferred the option. And I think that was, I guess it doesn't seem that crazy when you think about it, but I think, the genie's kind of out of the bottle, right? For remote work now that COVID has but at the same time, people do still crave that human connection.
I don't see any questions from the audience, so I think we continue. I think we have 7 more minutes. Another part that we have seen as very important for successful onboarding remotely is to have the C-level engaged. As I said, in our first day, all C-level members are participating, and this is actually the first company that I work for where the C-level takes this so seriously. And I think that is also important when you're sitting remote to get to know the senior management, and it's a way to make sure everyone feels welcome, part of the Betsson family. We talk about our strategy. Talent people is our first pillar, so it's important also to show the new hires that we mean it. But I also think that it feels more. I think they feel more comfortable to ask questions and also participate in different discussions with C-level because they're online. They're not sitting in the classroom. What's your experience?
I think I couldn't agree more. I think, yeah, it's so, you know, as our part of our kind of formalized piece of it, all the C-levels do a presentation about their departments, and I think you're absolutely right. When you're in a Zoom room, and everybody's video box is the same size, and there's a chat available, so you don't have to actually unmute yourself. You can kind of raise a question by chat and things like that. I think it is far less confronting than if you're in a room and you realize that to ask a question, you've got to raise your hand in front of everybody. And, you know, as a new employee, I think that's intimidating, but I think it is. I think that has a benefit. There's a kind of if the C-level's willing to kind of participate and get, you know, really get their hands dirty in that way, then it provides a different level of access, or a perception of a different level of access for new employees.
Yeah. So to summarize this session, I wish we had more time. This is super interesting to discuss with you and learn from you as well.
Likewise.
What do you consider being the 5 most successful factors for onboarding remotely?
So yeah, I was thinking about this and taking some notes on the call too, because there's some revelations here. But if I had to run down it in a way that maybe it's somewhat memorable, I would start with, you know, and this is again speaking mostly from my experience. I'll weave in a little bit about what I've learned from you and from Betson. But you know, I'm going to start with people first. So I think that if you don't have, especially if you don't have the scale to kind of do the start dates that you have, you know, you have to, I think, start with people first. And this also then reinforces the importance of kind of driving your culture throughout the organization at a decentralized level, so that all the interactions that somebody gets really support their understanding of the corporate culture. So people first, IT second. I think that's absolutely critical. This is something that I got from doing a little bit of informal surveys and qualitative, research among recent onboarders, and just how important that first impression is, and how important it is to kind of feel like you can get to work and get to doing things. Yeah. Then this is the one I'm going to borrow from you. It was there, but I think it underscores his process is, you know, having a process. And you know, I joke really about not being, I am process oriented, but I pretend like I chafe at it. And you know, I think that is really, really key, because there's so many pieces to this, especially in iGaming, like you say, just understanding, you know, compliance and all of the pieces of it. And I think making sure that those don't fall through the cracks is really important, and process really helps that. And then I think the fourth one, so people, IT, process. The fourth one would be this in-person aspect. And I know this isn't always possible, but I think really working hard to find an opportunity for people to get together in person, whether that's, like you say, in, you know, very responsible groups in a country where everybody is, or, you know, trying to do travel where it's available, where it's possible in this era, and letting people kind of spend some time together, but getting back to that human element. And then the last one I would say is just is your manager, you know, and if you're a manager and if you're onboarding people, just being willing to understand that you're going to have to put in, you know, let's say 2.5 times more effort and more focus on that new employee. What are your thoughts? I'm curious.
I think you summarized it in a very, very good way, Scott. So I fully agree with you. I think structure, I think dedicated person, I think C-level engagement, I think the individual touch. So after the 3 days when the hiring manager is taking over, how to make that work. And also how to build networks, how to make sure that the new hires get to know your culture, even if they are working remotely. I think that is very important to keep the culture together. We have 1 more minute before our time is up, and we have received 1 question. Do you have any activities planned for Christmas in your company, Scott?
We do, and I think we are doing essentially a number of tables of 6 type of a dinner, or I forget if it's dinner or lunch, but we are going to try and get together in a responsible way. Again, you know, you have to give people the opportunity to opt out of that, and you know, that but we are gonna give that opportunity to people who are do it as carefully and as safely as we can, but give people that opportunity. How about yourself?
Yeah, we're also looking into that, if we can do something depending on what's going to happen in Malta.
Yeah, of course.
But for the time being, it's smaller teams coming together. I know that in some of our locations, like in Tallinn, they're looking at doing things outside, come together, the distance. So we are still in planning mode. We are a little bit late this year, but we want to see what's possible and not.
I love that. I love that idea of coming together in Tallinn in December, because having lived there for 5 years, it's definitely a challenge. But the Estonians have an expression which I think is great. Maybe a fun note to close on, which is there's no bad weather, only bad clothes. Actually, I don't think it's just Estonian. It's probably all the Nordics kind of, and
all
Baltics
the Nordics
have this same expression, right? So yeah.
So with that, I just want to thank you, Scott. It's been super interesting to connect with you and hear about your background and how you work with this at Hero Gaming. So thank you so much.
Yeah, likewise, Lena. Thank you very much. This is really, really wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sam Legero, and I'm a professor at Tufts Gordon Institute. I would like to thank the iGaming Next organization for inviting me to share a few thoughts on leadership as we all strive to learn and grow on this change adventure that has engaged the entire globe. The format I will use will parallel a 15-minute or so fireside chat or dinner party conversation rather than a formal lecture with slides. By way of background, I have been in leadership roles for most of my career and will try to distill for you several overarching principles about leadership to set a context. And I will offer a framework with specific actions that I have found helpful when leading in times of ambiguity and change, just like today and the foreseeable future. These principles and actions can be applied to yourself, regardless of your position, and/or can serve as criteria to apply when hiring internal or external candidates for your leadership positions in your enterprise. Our goal at Tufts Gordon Institute is to inspire and create a worldwide community of transformative leaders with heart in technology-driven industries, just like the iGaming industry. Transformative means high impact, step changes to your business, or more broadly, to society. Leaders with heart are those who inspire, who persuade and lead others with deep empathy and compassion for all. And when I say inspire and create, this means one's leadership is characterized by incisive curiosity, a bias to action, and an eagerness to experiment and take measured risks. Someone who will constantly challenge the status quo with the objective to continuously improve it. So what traits or characteristics have I developed in my years as a leader, and what do I look for in aspiring leaders? There are three overarching leadership traits that are central to success. They are technical acumen, business acumen, and emotional intelligence. Now, by technical acumen, I expect leaders to have a broad familiarity with technologies that drive or will drive their company and industry. I don't expect leaders to be technology subject matter experts, although this would be an added benefit. I do expect leaders to surround themselves or have access to technology subject matter experts. So why is this important? Well, the world is increasingly technology driven, and so is your industry, I believe. Also, many of the technologies that drive your industry, such as artificial intelligence, data analytics, chip processing power, game design, user interfaces, cybersecurity, currency exchange processes, 5G internet speeds, to name a few, are changing exponentially. And leaders at all levels have to stay a step ahead of the competition to remain competitive. This is demanding when change is exponential and not linear. So let me explain what I mean by exponential change. Consider a hypothetical condition where it's January 1st and I have a 13-year-old daughter, let's say her name is Rebecca, and I'm trying to incentivize her to keep her room clean. So I approach Rebecca and I say, hey, Mom and I are proposing to pay you $1 if you keep your room clean today. And if you keep it clean tomorrow, we're going to give you $2. And if you keep it clean on day 3, we're going to give you $4, doubling your incentive for every day you keep your room clean. Guess what? By January 20th, we owe Rebecca over $1 million. And by January 31st, we owe her over $1 billion. Such is the insidious nature of exponential change. The early changes are barely perceptible until an inflection point is met, and then the changes are dramatic. This is what is happening to many technologies, including those that directly impact your industry. Leaders at all levels have to anticipate technological change and deal with it. This is why technical acumen must be embraced by today's leaders. Now, by business acumen, I expect leaders to have a deep understanding of customer needs, what behaviors drive those needs, and how well their teams are meeting and exceeding those customer needs. The leader is in a world where the only constant is change and must be able to articulate a winning business model and be prepared to change it as dictated by market conditions, including customer needs, product service portfolios, and the competitive landscape. Now, to help in these actions, there is a very effective tool originally introduced by 3M Corporation in 2007 that I would like to share with you, and I call it RWW. That is, for R, which stands for real, the leader asks, is the product we're considering real? And is the market we're considering real? If the answer is yes, go to the second filter, W, which stands for win. The leader asks, can we win? That is, can we beat our competitors? And do we have the necessary infrastructure for a sustained competitive advantage? If the answer is yes, go to the third filter, W, which stands for worth it. The leader asks, is it worth it? That is, will this product or service significantly move our product revenue needle? If the answer is yes, move forward. Now, these are a few reasons why business acumen is so important to effective leadership. Finally, leaders must demonstrate a high level of emotional intelligence, or EI. There are many excellent books and articles that address the definition and practice of EI. The work of Daniel Goleman is particularly noteworthy. Now, I will summarize those components of EI that are most important for strong leadership. There are 5 of them, and they are, first, self-awareness. This is knowing one's strengths, weaknesses, and values, and one's impact on others. Self-aware leaders are self-confident. They're able to self-assess realistically and will accept constructive criticism. Here, a little humility goes a long way. Second, self-regulation. This is the ability to control or redirect disruptive tendencies. Leaders that can self-regulate are comfortable with ambiguity and change, are trustworthy, and consistently exhibit integrity. Motivation, number 3. This is about being driven to achieve for the sake of achievement. Motivated leaders exhibit optimism in the face of failure, are persistent in improving their performance, and show a passion for their work and new challenges. Number 4, empathy. This is about considering others' feelings, especially when making decisions. Empathetic leaders attract and retain top-notch talent. They have the ability to develop others and are sensitive to cross-cultural differences. And finally, number 5, social skill. This includes the ability to manage relationships to guide people in desired directions. Leaders with social skills are effective in leading change. They're skilled in building and leading teams and usually have extensive networks. So here are a few key takeaways from my remarks so far. 1, in addition to technical and business acumen, great leadership requires a high level of EI, emotional intelligence. And I encourage you to assess your current EI level, perhaps on a scale of, say, 1 to 5 for each of the 5 key components. Then develop a personal plan to improve those components that require attention. 2, as you enhance your EI, you should be able to better evolve into the leader you are meant to be. And 3, please note that the traits and characteristics of leadership in an era of ambiguity that I have presented so far represent a high bar and should be viewed as continuous improvement goals for you and or the people you put in leadership positions. Let's now consider a view of the status quo and a framework for several specific leadership actions that one can employ now and in the future. Some of you may know that in the Chinese language, the character for the word crisis is made up of 2 characters that represent threat and opportunity. Now, COVID-19, by any definition, has put the world in crisis. People are suffering everywhere. Left is right, up is down. Reliable information can be hard to find. Empathy is scarce. Ambiguity surrounds us, and the list goes on. This is the threat part of a crisis that we are all dealing with. This is the time when leaders among us need to rise to the occasion and bring stability, compassion, and empathy to our teams and colleagues. Also, this is the time to focus on the other part of crisis, namely opportunity as we look ahead. Start by asking, what have we learned in the last 9 months? I assert we have learned that many things have changed and will evolve in different directions in the years ahead. In other words, COVID-19 is giving us a glimpse into the future. Some of the things that have changed include the emergence of the virtual workplace, increased reliance on telemedicine, a strong shift from brick and mortar retail to e-commerce, the practicality and the convenience of remote education at the university level, the streamlining and popularity of, say, takeout food and beverages, to name a few. So what has changed in the iGaming industry? This is the question that leaders in your industry must address, perhaps by applying some of the leadership traits presented today. And so let me offer a specific framework and some additional guidelines for leadership in an era of ambiguity, such as we face today. So to more effectively lead your group, here are 4 specific suggestions. First, develop clear goals and objectives with your people and assign accountability. This action will minimize ambiguity and can be a highly motivating experience. Include stretch goals and emphasize innovation. 2, communicate, motivate, inspire. That is, consistently communicate with your team, virtually and in person when it's safe to do so. This is all about transparency. Bring clarity and stability through truthful communication. And as your communication skills improve and evolve, as a leader, you can use your communication skills to motivate people and eventually to inspire them. Observe great communicators in business or in government, in universities, on the sports field, with friends and family, and emulate those communication skills that resonate with you. Third, get out of the way. Don't micromanage. Micromanaging is one of the fastest ways to drive top talent out of an organization. Give your people the latitude to experiment and sometimes to fail, and let them know that you are always available to consult with them as needed. And finally, number 4, invest in your people. Now, by investing in your people, I don't mean to just give raises, bonuses, promotions. These actions are the table stakes to retain your top talent. As a leader, acknowledge a job well done, privately or publicly, as appropriate. There are many ways for a leader to show you care, especially by investing in those components of emotional intelligence that best meet the needs of your group. So, in conclusion, moving forward, you can expect that the only thing that will be constant is change. As leaders, embrace it. Use change to shape your future. Be the steamroller and not the highway. Challenge the status quo. Take reasonable risks and learn from your mistakes. Do everything you can to create an environment where people can realize their full potential. In your leadership role, up and down the organization, model the behaviors mentioned in this discussion. In short, shape your own future and don't let anyone else shape it for you. I would be happy to dialogue with anyone to amplify any of the thoughts expressed in this fireside chat over a Zoom meeting or other means of communication. Feel free to contact me. And in the meantime, good luck in your business and in your quest to become a better leader in this area, an era of ambiguity. And thanks so very much for your attention. I really appreciate it.
And hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. So Lizette Sutherland has written a handbook and runs a workshop on working together anywhere to help companies and individuals learn how to align, communicate, collaborate, and have fun online. She's given a number of presentations all over the world, and we're super lucky to have some time with Lizette this afternoon. I know I'm excited to learn more about systems and practices that can not just help us to work remotely, but to help us to do it more successfully. But Lizette, before we actually get into this afternoon, I understand you have a bit of a surprise and some good news for everyone joining us today.
Well, I thought that people afterwards would want to have some resources for successful remote working. So I have put together a super kit, a remote working super kit that people can download, and it has icebreakers, time zone tips, meeting facilitation tips, everything you might need to work remotely. And for people that download this while we're talking today, I'm going to give away one copy of the book, Work Together Anywhere. So that is, but it has to be done. So while you're listening to us today, if you download the super kit, I'll put up the link just again so that people can see it. It's just collaborationsuperpowers.com/superkit. I'll select one person who's downloaded it to get the book.
Fantastic, thank you. And yes, that's going to be great for someone to receive. So getting into things now, this year, people have had a number of challenges, and in particular HR teams, and that's obviously what we're here to talk about this afternoon. And what we're going to do is talk more about remote working, covering the issues and ideas that are not only going to help us now, but also in the future, as undoubtedly there's going to be a lot more flexibility and a lot more remote working going forward now. Back in March, we all left the offices that we worked in, for those of us that did. We had no idea how long it was going to be for. And we basically moved our in-office workday to then being online. And I think we all experienced a number of challenges. What should we have done at the time to be more effective, and how can people approach their day now?
Well, so that's a big question. So at the time, I think we were all just surviving, right, and trying to figure out like what is happening, how bad is Corona going to actually be? It turns out it's pretty bad. It's not 1918 levels, as we know, but it's still pretty bad. And so one of the things that I would say that people should be focused on is really thinking about, what do I need to be most productive? And so a lot of us, when we left the office, we started camping out at our own kitchen tables. We put up a little side desk somewhere. And I would say now that we know that Corona is going to be here for the foreseeable future, we're not sure what's going to happen. I would advise people to really make yourselves comfortable. Maybe that means getting a sit-stand desk or a better chair, a better table, maybe a headset, webcam. If you have the luxury of having some spare money, I would say, spend it on making yourself comfortable so that you can be productive from home. That would be the number one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, we have to talk about how to then align as a team to do that. And one of the biggest mistakes that companies made when we went remote is that we tried to translate what we did in the office online. And some things don't translate very well. For instance, most people are talking about meeting fatigue right now, just Zoom fatigue. I think we've been hearing about a virtual meeting fatigue, whatever tool that we're using. And that is actually a significant issue. And so there are some ways to get around virtual meeting fatigue. I can go into it now if you want. Or we can
Please do.
Okay.
I know that's something that I'm definitely facing right now. So, and I'm sure I'm not alone.
No, indeed. No, I think everybody's facing that right now, and even seasoned remote workers. So one of the things that we're realizing is that, with meeting fatigue, the easy place to start, I would say, is to shorten our online meetings. So if you're having a 1-hour meeting, shorten it to 45 or 50 minutes. You will still get the same amount done, I promise. We usually fill the time that we've scheduled for ourselves. So if you schedule 50 minutes, and then we need a 10 to 15 minute break in between. That's sort of the low-hanging fruit. Now, about the break, the thing that's important about the breaks is often when we take these breaks in between meetings, we're checking our email or maybe social media. And when we get done with work from the day, we are going onto Netflix or YouTube to sort of relax and watch videos. And what's happening is that we're spending too much time in 2D. So just too much screen time. So I would say for those breaks, don't check email, actually get up and move around, maybe do some chores. Movement is really key in terms of the breaks. And if it's possible to get outside, even for just 10 minutes, standing on your balcony or in front of a window to get fresh air, that's even better. So I would say doing something that's movement outside is better than almost everything. So if you have the luxury to do that, try not to spend so much time in 2D. And I mean, as a personal anecdote, one of the things I had to do for myself was to find a new hobby that didn't involve screens, because I was doing, lots of things online and then offline, also more things just as a hobby, doing things online. So I've actually had to, I took up sewing and embroidery. I tried to find a bunch of different things that were not screen related. So that's low-hanging fruit. And I would say the next level that companies need to go to is we need to then figure out, do we really need that meeting to begin with? Or can what we're doing and talking about be done asynchronously? So for example, if we're just getting together to have a status update together, we might consider sending that via text. So whatever tool that you're using, it can be email or Slack or Microsoft Teams, whatever it is. So a status update, we would do that asynchronously. Or another example would be if we were coming to a meeting just to listen to somebody give a presentation, we might have that person record the presentation in advance, send it to everybody before the meeting starts, and then use our valuable time for discussions and decision making. So the idea is, one, shorten the meeting so that we get breaks in between, and then evaluate whether or not we need that meeting to begin with, and really think about how we can become more asynchronous. That's the key, because when we go asynchronous, we get more time for ourselves for deep work. So we get more control over our day. And it also has the effect where if we're sending out presentations in advance or we're brainstorming in advance, that people actually get more time to think and to sort of have the ideas seep in, and we come to better decisions afterwards. Because sometimes we're in a meeting, we're time boxed, the decision that we make in this time is the decision that we make. And when we go online, we really need to just be more conscientious about that. So that's really the key. And just to note, there are companies out there that are 100% asynchronous, and that they never speak, they never meet, they never see each other. They do everything through chat and ticketing systems. So it exists on a scale. And I think that every company is going to need to find their yin yang between asynchronous and synchronous work. But just so that people know, there is a huge scale out there that's actually quite important.
There's some fantastic tips there, and thank you for giving us a little bit of a list of some of the things that we need to actually do. I mean, thinking time you mentioned, and that's something that has come up. I know I work in an organisation and where a lot of people love their whiteboard, their creativity, and that's something that people have been struggling with trying to replicate online. Is there any tools or any tips that you can give us for how people can try and do that?
Oh, absolutely. So one of the things when we go online, one of the key skills that we need to get good at is virtual whiteboarding. So we have whiteboards in the office where we can ideate, write things down, really show somebody like, hey, this is the process that I'm thinking, or this is what the organization looks like to me, the structure looks like to me. And when we go online, we tend to not do that. There are wonderful virtual whiteboards out there and hundreds of them. The most popular kids on the block that everybody's using these days is Google Jamboards, a very simple one that's for free. There's Miro and there's Mural. Those are sort of the three most popular. But just to note that there are now whiteboards that you can project onto your walls and then actually put sticky notes, add pictures, write things on the virtual whiteboard, and people from any device can access those. So you can go from like a simple whiteboard in a browser to a whiteboard that's actually projected on a wall somewhere where hybrid teams can ideate. So I would say whiteboarding is one of the key skills in the virtual workforce, because if we just communicate via text, a lot gets lost. We really do need to draw, picture, visualize for each other.
Exactly. Yeah, as I said, that's definitely what we've been finding. And I know that I've had meetings with people that have started using windows in their houses to try and replicate that. But again, that doesn't work. That's just them on their own. So fantastic. That's some great tools to check out there. Thank you. One of the other things that I know, speaking to either some of my colleagues or some of my counterparts, is this feeling of death by presentation. So in the office, obviously things are more visible. People can actually see, managers can see what people are doing, and there's more an understanding of what people are working on. Whereas now that's we are remote, I think some of that has disappeared. And again, it comes back to, I think, some of the managers themselves. But send me a presentation on that. Send me a presentation on this. Send me another presentation on that. How can we try and get around some of that, kind of actual physical need for people to understand what people are working on?
So there's a number of different ways to do that. But in terms of presenting, I would say that there are some tips for presenting online. And I'm not sure if that's what you mean, or if you mean to like send me a PowerPoint on what you're going to talk about. Is that what you're talking about?
So more just the updates. So the lack of visibility of what people are actually doing on a day-to-day basis. So a little bit more that sense. The work, I think, kind of the work out loud type of thing.
Okay, so indeed. So I was gonna give my online presentation tips, but
let's come to that one next.
We'll go there next, yeah, because that's always good. But indeed, one of the main questions that people have when we go remote is, how do we know what other people are doing? And there is the concept you just mentioned, which is called working out loud. And the idea behind that is we're just making our work observable to others. So it could be that working out loud means that you're having a daily stand-up meeting. And that's a synchronous time, and software teams do this all the time. They sync up for 10 minutes every day, and they just talk about, what did I do yesterday? What am I planning on doing today? And are there any roadblocks in my way? So there's simple that. There's other people that use group chat systems to work out loud. They just are continuously in conversation throughout the day. That's another way to do that. And there are more sophisticated tools out there, actually, such as virtual offices. And these are exactly what it sounds like. It's an office that you go to online, and you can see where your colleagues are. It's sort of split into different squares, like every office is its own square, and then there's a little icon for the colleague, but you can see where everybody is on the floor plan. So that also takes us out of having to call somebody and saying, hey, do you have time next Wednesday at 2:00 for this meeting? You could actually now go knock on somebody's virtual door, just ask your question, and then go back to your own office. So it sounds really strange until you start to use it, but I think a lot of us right now are really suffering from loneliness and isolation. We can't be with other people. We can't be with our colleagues physically. And so there are alternatives to doing it virtually. It's not as great as being in person. I think nothing nothing will be, but it's a very good second alternative. So I do encourage people to experiment with virtual offices. I've got a huge list of tools on my website. It's easy to find. And there are about 20 different virtual offices on the market right now that people can experiment with. And then the other ways, if I go a little bit far out, I just want to let people know where the market is headed. But there are telepresence robots where you beam in, just like on Zoom or Skype or any other tool that you would use, except for that you can move yourself. You're actually beaming into a life-size robot that rolls around, and you can drive it using the arrow keys on your keyboard. So there are offices that work 50-50. So 50% of the people come in the flesh, and 50% are there via robot.
Yep.
And it's just a matter of getting used to it. It's weird until you try it. Just like the first iPod was weird until we got used to the circle thing, and then it was okay again. So all of these technologies are going to feel that way. And then one of the last ones that I'll mention is virtual reality. It sounds very far out, but a lot of teams are starting to experiment with virtual reality. So you'd put on your goggles, you'd step into your virtual conference room, sit around a table with your virtual colleagues. You can bring up YouTube videos, and you can write things and pass that writing on to the next person. So a lot of us are still struggling with sort of basic communication tools and spider phones and conference room phones and things like that. So virtual reality seems really far out. But I really believe that the teams that can master being in some sort of a virtual office or virtual reality and some of these more sophisticated tools, they will truly have superpowers in the future, because the type of collaboration that you can do is so powerful. So, and in terms of working out loud, that's sort of where things are going. But, the idea of just having a daily stand-up or just letting people know what you're working on. Some people use their status updates in Slack or Skype. There's a little place where you can put a little status. You could also write what you're working on. And there's tools where you can write down what you've done that day, and it sends it out. So there's lots of ways, but I think we just need to be a little bit more conscious and learn what the new tools are that can accommodate that.
Definitely. I didn't realize there were so many virtual tools and virtual offices that are actually out there. So I know I'm going to start
looking into those. We've come a long way in the last few years. Yeah.
Definitely. So I'm going to come back to the presentations one. But before we do, you mentioned obviously about the social element. Excuse me. And that is something that we are hearing a lot at the moment. People feeling lonely, as you said, isolated, really missing the social connection in the office. And I think team building is one of those things as well. A number of companies, especially within iGaming, would have had a number of different team building events and things that are now not happening. What can you tell us about how to try and do some team building online?
So there are hundreds of ways of doing team building online. However, I would say the main thing about remote team building is that we need to be deliberate about it. Because if you leave team building to chance, chances are it's going to get left behind. So the most important thing is whatever you try, whether it's virtual coffees or quiz nights or just virtual lunches together, just make sure that it's not left to chance. So one of the new roles that I see emerging in offices these days is the role of a virtual office manager. So we have this, in the office, there's an office manager. They make sure that the coffee's always there, that the birthdays are remembered, the files are organized, and a virtual office manager can have some of the same functions. So they can make sure that the virtual lunches are happening, that people are getting together, that files are organized, the same role. So there is actually a role for sort of a logistics person to sit on top. And it doesn't have to be a new person on the team. It can be somebody on the team that might enjoy this role. There's usually always somebody who would love sort of doing this kind of thing. So one, being deliberate. I worked for a team that used to have virtual coffee every Wednesday. So it would just be every Wednesday at noon, we'd get together, whoever was around and wanted to, we would just come online for 30 minutes, have a cup of coffee together, and then move on with our day. So it wasn't obligatory, but it was just an opportunity for all of us to get together. Otherwise, we would just be busy with our own work. So another option in terms of loneliness and sort of isolation that we're really experiencing right now is trying virtual co-working together. So it could just be like, Fiona, you and I would get together and we would work on our own things, but we would have a Zoom link open with maybe the video on and the sound on so we could see each other, and it would sort of simulate what it's like to work side by side together. Okay. So there's options like that. There's actually apps for this that are out there. For everything I mentioned, there's an app for everything these days. So but there's one in particular called FocusMate, where you log in, you get paired up with a random person in the world. You get together, you tell each other what you're going to work on, and then an hour later, you ask each other, did you finish what you were working on? So it's like an accountability partner. You know, if you're having a hard time getting motivated, you could just check in with your FocusMate. And I would say you don't need to be paired randomly with somebody in the world. Pair yourself, or get a group together within your own company to work together virtually. So it doesn't have to be a meeting, it just is a session together. So, and then there are tons of games. I've got an ultimate list of team building activities available on the website. So if you're looking for really good games to play together, then there's puzzles and speed typing contests and watching movies together. There's all kinds of things, and especially since COVID hit, we've all gotten very creative about how we're connecting with each other online. One thing I would be careful of as HR is, getting too much 2D time. A lot of times people are burnt out at the end of the day, and the last thing they want to do is go to a virtual quiz night. It's like they'd rather just be with their family. And so I would say with all of these team building things, make them optional. People that want to come, that have the bandwidth to be there. There's always going to be a group. So that would be important. But in terms of in team building, the key is to be deliberate, to not leave it to chance.
Okay, thank you, and you're so right about the coffee meetups and things as well. We actually had our first one at Catena this morning. We had the barista who our normal on-site barista in the Malta office, and we asked him to host it, and he was sharing some secrets and tips on coffee making, and we used Zoom and had different breakout groups, and we received some fantastic feedback from doing that just for half an hour, and it gave people an opportunity to actually see people and just have a chat with people that they're not working with on a day-to-day basis that you would probably run into, walking up to our level 6 where the barista is located to get your coffee. So definitely some really simple things, but kind of they take a little bit to set up. So it's good to share that around, not just from the HR team, but even across the company, as you mentioned as well. People that kind of are keen to help with doing those types of things.
Yeah, and they could be really fun. And what I would say is start with an icebreaker question. If you don't know what to talk about in the first one, just set up an icebreaker question. I've got hundreds of those on my website as well, so feel free to go there. But something as fun as like take a picture of what's on your feet right now and show us what you're wearing. People hold up their phones to the screen, or show us something that's on your desk that you really like. Those are all really fun ways to just start a conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. So we did, so when you were talking about presentations, we mentioned obviously PowerPoint, death by presentation, but you alluded to having some tips on how people can actually do some better presentations. So please share what tips you have for us.
So there's not a lot of tips I would say in there, but a couple of things that I've noticed is, one, when we're giving presentations, people tend to have their video off. We're so used to the old-fashioned webinar with voice and slides. And there are now, and I would say, there is no one that I know has sat through a webinar without multitasking. And that's not really the point of showing, we're hoping that we're giving valuable information. And I think one of the keys of why it's so much less engaging is because we can't see the person that's speaking. It's seeing the person is so engaging. So before, when I was showing that I had my book available. So this is one way that I can just show slides while I'm talking. And it's so much more engaging than if I were to just, disappear. So all of a sudden now you're just hearing a voice and slides, and you could probably already feel a drop in engagement rather than if you could see me on top of the slide. So I would say, make sure, this is a tool called which is a terrible name, I think, but it's a really fantastic tool. It's one of my favorites. But it's called MMHMM, and it allows me to just show things in my background. I can show videos, I can show whatever it is that I want. So I've got a bunch of these things set up. So I would say that is, one of the keys to making presentations engaging is to show people who's speaking. And I know we all like to hide behind our cameras, but when we're going online, especially if you want to take away that sense of isolation and loneliness, being able to see each other is one of the easiest things that we can do to build trust and camaraderie, and to make presentations far more interesting. So I would say, if you're giving a presentation online, keep it to 7 minutes, 10 minutes before you stop and ask for feedback. And if it's longer than that, consider just sending it to people before. There's no use for all of us to get together live and then have me just give a presentation that I could have recorded. You know, that's not the best use of people's time anymore. So yeah, turn the cameras on. I would say that's my biggest tips for solving death by PowerPoint, is let us see the person behind the voice.
Fantastic. I loved how you actually faded in and out then when you did that as well. That was pretty cool.
It's a great tool.
It is. So one of the things that that has become critical throughout this period, and I mean it's always highly important, is around leadership and certainly managing individuals through you know, kind of this pandemic and working remotely in a new situation. So what you know, kind of again, what can you share with us that you've learned along the way of how leaders can actually better lead and manage their teams, and maybe even getting into the element of trust, because that seems to be a more and more hot topic on a day-by-day basis now, because it's so critical with understanding what people are doing and what they're delivering.
Indeed. Yeah, trust is the glue that will bind your team together. And you can work without trust, but it's a less fun work environment. So it is possible. But so trust, I always say the building blocks of trust on a remote team are reliability. So are you going to do what you say you're going to do? Consistency. So the quality of your work is consistently good. And then responsiveness. Can I find you if I need to? Because we're so out of sight, we can be out of mind, and we tend to make assumptions just as humans. That's just a human thing. So if somebody's not responding, we tend to make a negative assumption about why. So on a remote team, those things, if we can really be reliable, consistent, and responsive, that goes a long way to building trust. Now, the fourth ingredient that I would add to that is likability. Do I feel like my team has my back? Like if I make a mistake, will I be blamed, or will my team help correct me and help me move forward? That is a huge factor in terms of building trust. So I would say for leaders that are out there, especially in COVID times, one of the things that I recommend is just reaching out one-on-one regularly to the people on your team. And it doesn't have to have an agenda, but it's just a check-in. And I got this tip because 10 years ago, I worked with a company in California. I'm in the Netherlands. And about 2-3 days a week, my boss used to call me on his way to work. And at the beginning, I was like, what do you need, boss? What's going on? And he would just say, I'm just calling to say hi and just to see if you needed anything. You know, and sometimes it would evolve into a conversation where we'd actually talk about stuff, and other times I'd say, no, I'm busy, everything's good right now, I'm just moving on. And then it would be like a 2-minute conversation. But over time, a friendship developed and a trust developed between us two, because he was just checking in for the sake of being human, not for any agenda. And 10 years later, I just went back to San Francisco to visit family, and he was one of the people that I visited, because we're still friends to this day because of those conversations. So one of my favorite quotes from the interviews that I've done is, connection happens when we pay attention to each other. So as a leader, I would say it's really important, just check in with your team, especially during COVID times. We are all experiencing unprecedented levels of stress and uncertainty. And so as a team, if we can care for each other, that's going to go a long way. Beyond that, I would say one of the things that I encourage leaders to do is get in the mud with your team and really understand what they're experiencing. So that it's not hearsay. Join the meetings, see where the problems are. Maybe somebody has a really bad internet connection, and as a leader, you can take those roadblocks out of the way. You know, you'd help them get a better internet connection, or maybe they need a webcam, or maybe they need to learn how to facilitate online meetings. That's also a new skill that, you know, people are starting to learn. So as a leader, really get in the mud with your team, understand the roadblocks that they're experiencing, and I think that it's the leader's job to set the path and to say, this is where we're going to, and then to help take any roadblock out of the way so that our teams can take us there. So that's sort of my personal philosophy on leadership, is I really feel like leaders set the goalpost, and then the professionals take us there. And leaders are there to take, you know, they're not there to micromanage, they're there to take away the impediments.
Absolutely, and that is super critical, as you said, especially in these times now as well. Thank you. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about the robot, about the 50-50, set up between office and people at home, and I think that's something that we've seen for a little time. Maybe not so much on the 50-50 basis. There's been a few people that have worked remotely for one reason or another, but I think that's something that we're going to see a lot more of as we go forward. That hybrid model. What can you share on how we can best manage that? I mean, it's one of the most complex structures that we can have, where we have people in different scenarios. And I think that, we've been lucky to some extent now with everyone, being more remote, because it does make things easier. But now having that split, how do we approach it?
Yeah, the hybrid model of working where some people are at the office and some people are elsewhere is the most difficult style. And it does, by all statistics and polls and everything that's been done out there, that's the model that we're headed towards. Is people want choice. We want the choice to work when and where we're most productive. And so even when lockdowns end and it's safe to go back to the office, there's a large percentage of us that would like to have the freedom of whether to come into the office or not, or just to work where we want to work. And so I would say for hybrid working, there's a couple of key things. One is create a team agreement together. And I would say every team needs this, but if you're working hybrid, it's critical. It's critical that you need this. So a team agreement just outlines what is our normal way of working? What is the normal behavior that we're expecting? Are there core hours that everybody's expected to be online, or can it run the gamut? Can you just work, if somebody wants to work at midnight, does it matter? But, do you need to overlap time? What are the tools that you're going to use? Some people are phone people, others are WhatsApp people, others are email people. You need to align on how are you going to communicate with each other? And then, of course, how do you know what each other are doing? So really figure out, what kind of things do you have in place to be able to have visibility into what other people are doing? And those team agreements, it sounds really simple, but almost nobody has one out there. I'd say 80% of companies that I've worked with don't have a team agreement at all. And it's kind of crazy because you would never get an orchestra together and say, like, all right, just go play, or a sports team, right? You would tune and practice. And with our teams, we also need to do that. And with hybrid working, that it's especially important to align on terms of how we're going to work together. Now, the second aspect to that is infrastructure. We need to set up our offices so that it is easy for remote people to call in for meetings, and so that they are present in meetings. So that old spider phone that we used to have in the middle of the conference room tables, where you have to lean in, hey, Bob, it's Lisette. Those should be a thing of the past, right? That's not what we want. In our hybrid meetings, we want remote participants to be present and visible in the room, and as life-size as possible, so that they're not teeny tiny boxes across a screen somewhere, that they're actually physically present and that you feel their presence in the room. So there's a lot of offices that are going to have to go through some sort of infrastructure revamp in order to accommodate this hybrid style of working. But luckily, it's not difficult, and the tools are no longer expensive. We don't have to redo everything. You can just get some simple conference room equipment. We just need to be able to see each other, share screens, and hear each other. And after that, we just have to be able to run good meetings. But so for hybrid, I have a million tips, of course, but I would say for hybrid working, really create a team agreement, and then make sure that you have good infrastructure in place, and not just for the office, but for the individual worker themselves. So for instance, there's a company that I interviewed in Australia, and they were founded by digital nomads. So that means that they were traveling and working at the same time. That's what their lifestyle was, to travel while working. And that was a new thing coming before COVID hit. Now, one of the things that they offer their employees is the same privilege. They say, you've got 3 months. For 3 months out of the year, we would like you to travel. You're allowed to go anywhere you want. However, you have to have an internet connection of 20 megabits per second or faster. Otherwise, you're considered on vacation. So if people are going to work in other locations, there need to be some criteria about what makes it okay. So if they're working in another location and they're completely out of touch, that's not okay, because that's not how we simulate the office online. So definitely just getting into that and making it a little bit more clear what's expected of people, and that they have the proper office at home and at work in order to be able to connect with each other.
Fantastic. Just on the back of that, talking about the office at home, I know at the moment HR teams are getting a lot more questions from individuals who normally work in an office and have now been working remotely, just asking around, kind of allowances for equipment and, those types of things. What do you consider to be the kind of like the core basics, and what should a company provide versus maybe the individual themselves?
Yeah, that's a tough question in terms of who provides what, because it's so different everywhere you go. And like, if you're a freelancer, you're responsible for yourself. And if you're a company, but I would say if you're a company and you have the resources, it is in your best interest to make sure that your employees have the equipment that they need. And I would say at a minimum, a good headset. You don't need to have the super fancy Bose QC35s. That's what I have, but this is what I do for a living. So it's in my best interest to have the best stuff. But I would say a headset, a webcam, and a good chair will go a long way. And then on top of that, if you have the luxury, I would get a sit-stand desk. I have one of these IKEA desks where you just put a button and it lifts. But because as knowledge workers, we sit a lot, and even just the movement is really important. And then the other thing I would say, another luxury item would be an external monitor, because we need more real estate. Now that we're doing video meetings, if you really want to collaborate with people, you're going to want to have your virtual whiteboard on one screen and your colleagues on another, so that you can see everything at once. So we're starting to get a bit sophisticated with equipment in this way. However, the prices have come way down. And I really do think as HR professionals, it's in our best interest to make sure that our workers can be productive at home, because if we don't have the proper equipment, if people are sitting at really bad desks or with bad ergonomics, we're going to get it. The costs will come back in health of our employees. So yeah, in all these meetings where people show up and we spend the first 10, 15 minutes of the meeting dealing with technical issues, we've got to get more. That's a lot of money. As an owner of a company, I would be very, very concerned if that was happening. And, that is a lot of money depending on who's in that meeting. And so what we're trying to do is get more like Star Trek, where you can push a button, connect, and then move on again. So that's where I would say, I don't know whose responsibility it is. That's a really gray area.
That's going to be a tough one, that one, I'm sure. So we're in the last couple of minutes, unfortunately, Lisette. So, and I have so many more questions. But kind of the one that I do want to put to you at the moment is something that, again, I know that I'm hearing a lot from a lot of my colleagues, and it's important for us as a company as well, is around culture. And I think off the back of what we were talking about in terms of the hybrid structure, where culture of a company is really important and really valuable. How do we try and maintain that culture, or or continue to grow that culture with having a lot more of the workforce remote? Any tips?
So I've always got it. So one of the things is regular feedback loops for the team. So software teams have really good systems. Most software teams work in sort of an agile way, and they've got their agile system set up, which means that they start the week with a planning meeting. They end the week with showing what they've done. So, every week has a sprint, and every sprint has sort of a plan. So you show up what you're done. And then the other key thing that they do is they have regular retrospectives, where they don't talk about how did the project go. They talk about how are we doing as a team. What's going well? What do we still need to learn? What are some of the roadblocks? And so getting together regularly and putting those loops in place will help maintain the culture of an organization. So whether it's retrospectives or other feedback loops are, checking in one-on-one, the daily stand-ups, just some sort of loop that you're just not going, the annual performance review is not going to cut it online. We need to be doing sort of monthly feedback. How is the team doing on a regular basis? So that's one. And then another idea that I got from a company that I was consulting with is they had a specific channel in their Slack group. You could replicate that in whatever group chat system that you have, but they had a specific channel around values. And so if somebody had a decision to make, and they made that decision based on one of the company values, like maybe the value is transparency. And so they would put in the Slack channel, I made this decision and I did it this way because I know that we value transparency. And so I made this decision with that value in mind. And they just had a channel where they would just list out in these things where they had a difficult decision to make, and then why they made that decision. And that also reinforces the values that the company is striving for. You know, we can't be 100% transparent maybe, but we can strive for that transparency. And so when leaders and colleagues are showing that they're making decisions based on the values that the team has agreed upon, it actually went a long way to show the types of behaviors that we want to model for each other. So regular feedback loops and finding ways to highlight our values and I would say celebrate them.
Yes, exactly. It's easy in these times when things are so busy to just keep focusing on the next project, but we do need to take that time to stop and recognize as well. So
and celebrate and appreciate each other. Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Unfortunately, our time is coming to an end. So I am so grateful for your time this afternoon. I know I've enjoyed talking to you and have been taking lots and lots of notes. And I know that I'm going to be looking up a number of different initiatives and tools. And we have a special guest.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, that didn't expect that. It's my neighbor's cat, actually.
That's one of the best things actually about Zoom meetings is seeing everyone's pets. But thank you to everyone who has joined us. And thank you so much, Lisette, for your time this afternoon and for sharing so much valuable information with us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Start with an impulse. A desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Welcome back to the studio, guys. I hope you're enjoying day 3 so far. The plan is to go through some of the polls that you guys have voted on. So let's see what you guys thought was the right answer for the different questions.
Yes,
Pierre?
exciting polls today we have actually. So let's jump straight to it. If you are currently watching this event from the digital event platform Hopin, you still have a chance to vote in the polls. So there is a little tab called polls in your top right corner. Go in and check it out. So let's see what the results are so far. The first question is, generally, do you prefer to work remotely or from an office? And it's pretty split 50-50. 55% is preferring to work remotely. So that's the interesting first insight.
Yeah.
Second question, is remote work the future for tech organizations? Okay, not surprisingly, 90% agrees. Okay, third question. Have your organization been doing enough to keep its employees mentally healthy since the COVID-19 outbreak? And 70% is saying yes. And this is something I think we've seen a lot of initiatives within the organizations to make sure that that their employees are keeping up now during these times with lockdowns and so forth.
Definitely.
Which is fun to see. Another question. do events, okay, this is a question for us more internally, I think. Do digital events like this iGaming Next Online bring genuine value to the industry? And I am pretty calm to see that so far 96% is voting yes. So I'm happy to see that. And last question is, when do you think you will visit an in-person conference again? So far about 56% are saying that they think that conference will return in the second half of 2021.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting insights. Other than that, 25% think it will be 2022, and there's 2% actually think 2023 will be the next time in-person event happens again. So those are the insights so far from the polls that we are conducting.
Interesting.
Yes.
So that was the last day and the last set of polls. So what's next? We have our last keynote speech of the day and of the whole event. We have a special guest joining us, Navid Nassemian, who is Global HR Head at Vodafone. So he's going to be talking to us and giving us a keynote speech. So we're really looking forward to that. And then afterwards, we're going to ask Navid some questions, me and Pierre, so you can stick around for the Q&A part. And then after that, we're going to close off with a closing speech for you guys. So we'll see you after that. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to our today's session. I will be speaking to you about resilient leadership in high-performing teams, particularly during challenging times. My name is Navid Nassemian, and I'm an HR leader and an executive coach. My background was in commercial roles before I came to HR. And as a coach, I have specialized in partnering with leaders on 3 topics: executive transition, maximizing leadership impact, and high-performing teams. I would like to invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn. If you have your smartphone ready, get it out, take a photo from the barcode, or simply type in my name on LinkedIn, and I will be more than happy to connect with you. Now, over to our topics. If you were to type in leadership in Google, you will get over 2.5 million search results. There are currently over 350 plus formal definitions of what leadership means. And one of our greatest management thinkers of all time took some time out, and his name is Tom Peters. He's a best-selling author of many books around leadership and management. So Tom Peters took an entire year off to go and dedicate his time to this topic of leadership, to read every book that is out there that is supposed to be the latest thinking and the latest kind of knowledge on the topic of leadership. And after that year off, he came back and was interviewed by McKinsey. So the McKinsey person was very keen to hear from Tom Peters what he had found out about leadership in that year-long study. And you know what he said? He said, "I am more confused than I was before." And this, I think, demonstrates why the topic of leadership is such a fascinating and such a difficult topic to grasp, really. So I would like to give you 3 good reasons why it's worthwhile for all of us to focus on leadership before we get into the high-performing teams and how that all plays together. The first reason is it really simply pays off. So if you look at how this is a study that was performed with 430 portfolio managers and institutional investors. These are huge funds, sometimes owned by states, sometimes owned by private investors. And they invest billions and billions of dollars into different companies' shares. And so when you were to look at the data, the suggestion of the data is really simple. So these fund managers and portfolio managers were asked a simple question. What are the criteria for you to decide whether you're going to invest in this organization that is publicly listed instead of that one? And they essentially came up with 3 aggregated reasons why it makes sense to make the investment decision for them individually. The first reason, not a surprise to anyone, is performance. So how has this organization performed during recent years? And what is the likelihood of performing over the next years to come? The second reason that was mentioned was the industry and the sector that this business is operating in. So is this a growing sector? Is this a growing industry? Or is it a dying one? Is it a legacy one? And the third reason that was given as to why people make those big investment decisions is the quality of leadership. And what's fascinating about the quality of leadership is, at the same time, although it was mentioned as a third big reason why people are investing these billions of dollars into companies, is it's the hardest of the 3 to assess. If you look at performance, you will have lots of data that you can assess against. If you look at the sector, you will have, again, lots of data to assess against. But how do you really assess the quality of the leadership of an organization? And that is why I have titled this to be a leadership gap. So, you know, it essentially pays off to invest in quality leadership, because that is one of the top reasons institutional investors will put their money into your organization. The second reason I want to share with you is simply that talent isn't enough. So if you look at any category, if you look at sports, whether it's ice hockey, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, or you look to Hollywood, to the movies and the studios, typically when you have a star or a top talent in your team, chances that individual may succeed ranges between 15 and 25% of the time. Okay, so you know, to win the best actor award, the best movie of the year, to be the best, you know, to get the golden boot in football as we know it, it only pays out about 15 to 25% of the time, whereas the team's success matters about 75 to 85% of the time. So again, you know, if you look at success in organizations, it's not because you got like one superhero man or woman, you know, doing their role. It's about the quality of the leadership and the collective leadership of the organization that will make the movie to win, your organization to win against the competitors and so on. So again, you know, resilient leadership is important because individual talent isn't enough. And the third one, I'm going to give you a real life snippet of an airplane. So this is the conversation that took place between the pilot of the plane and the control tower, and it's a real event that happened just over 2 years ago, okay? So I'm going to allow you to listen to this conversation, and you will know why I think the third reason is going to convince all of us why it's worthwhile to invest time and effort into leadership. Okay.
Southwest 1380, you'd like to start turning inbound. And
Southwest 1380, just start turning southbound there. There's a Southwest 737 on a 4-mile final. We'll be turning southbound. Start looking for the airport. It's off to your right and slightly behind you there. And altitude is your discretion. Use caution for the downtown area. Advise you maintain at above 2,200 for the MVA.
Okay, could you have the medical meet us there on the runway as well? We've got injured passengers.
Injured passengers, okay. And is your airplane physically on fire?
No, it's not on fire, but part of it's missing. They said there was a hole and someone went out.
I'm sorry, you said there was a hole and somebody went out? Southwest 1380, it doesn't matter. We'll work it out there. So the airport's just off to your right. Report it in sight, please.
In sight. Southwest 1380, airport's in sight.
Southwest 1380, you're cleared visual approach 27 right. Contact the tower on 118.5. Southwest 13, I'm sorry, clear visual approach 27 left. 27 left and towers on 18.5.
We're going on 27 left. Switching tower. Good day.
So this is the real story of Southwest Flight 1380 on April 17, 2018. And the voices you heard was from Tammy Jo Schultz, who was the captain in command of this flight from New York to Dallas when an engine failure and the fan blade that actually broke on that Boeing failed. And the flying debris damaged the left side of the fuselage and one of the side windows of the plane. So the window smashed, and that caused the plane to decompress. And one passenger was partially sucked through the damaged window and was brought back into the plane by the crew, given first aid, and after landing was later pronounced dead at a local hospital. So the captain, Tammy, made an emergency landing and landed in Philadelphia. Her actions, her calm demeanor, her competence and resilience during this emergency were noted by not just by the Southwest Airlines officials and passengers, but also by another captain called Chesley Sullenberger, who led another commercial airline into a controlled kind of landing to a ditching in the Hudson River off Midtown Manhattan in New York. It was referred to as the miracle on the Hudson. So let's look at the third reason why it makes sense to spend time on leadership and resilient leadership in particular, because it saves lives. So this is the photo of Tammy Jo Schultz. She was one of the first female fighter pilots in the US Navy. Again, it's a very male-dominated job, being a fighter pilot in any Navy. She did reach the rank of lieutenant commander and served during Operation Desert Storm. After early retiring from that role from the Navy, she became a part-time civilian pilot for Southwest Airlines. What is interesting about this whole accident is that on the day it happened, she was not intended to be on that flight. So what had happened is her husband is a full-time pilot with Southwest Airlines as well, and she had swapped the shift with her husband. So I think what was very obvious from that conversation and the way she managed this crisis was that the team effort so around Tammy was not just the heroic kind of leadership of her, but obviously she had a crucial part in it, ensured that the plane could land safely as a very badly disabled aircraft. And I think what's very clear to all of us is that crisis is inevitable and organizations need resilient leadership in order to overcome a crisis and come out on top of it again. So I think, and I hope that you're convinced that there are very good reasons why we should be focusing on leadership and resilient leadership. So let me share with you the real-life case study that was promised as part of our presentation today. So it's called the Clipper Around the World Race, and currently it's the longest ocean race in the world, and every single one of us on this call today could be taking part in that race if you wanted to do that. So it was set up many, many years ago by a sailing legend, and since then has been running for years in the same kind of format with very, very few tweaks. So the name of the legend is Sir Robin Knox Johnston. He was the first person to sail single-handedly and non-stop around the world. It is the longest ocean race, as I mentioned. It's about 40,000 nautical miles, and there are 16 individual races across 8 legs. We do differentiate between the core crew and the leggers. So the core crew is anyone who is in this race for the entire duration, for the full year. Now, if I had not enough time off and I still would want to take part in the race, I could sign up to be on this race and accompanying one of these boats just for a leg, or 2 or 3 or multiple of these legs. So that's called a legger. Each boat is staffed with 1 professional skipper and 18 amateurs. So this is where you and I come in. So we would most likely be qualified as an amateur unless one of us was a professional skipper. And what is really unique about this race is that 40% of these people who sign up as an amateur have never sailed in their life. So people who have never been on a boat with an actual to-do or an action. And what's also unique about this is this, similar to sports categories such as the Formula One, where typically money that influences the quality of the car and the best driver influences the race. Everything is identical in this race. So the boats are being manufactured from the same company on the same manufacturing line. Even if we were to sign up as amateurs, the amateurs and their experience in sailing is being calibrated across the different teams. So every team has got the exact same chances to win, right? Now, that being said, some teams seem to be winning more often than others. So the question is, what is it about the cohesiveness of those teams, and you could call it the high-performing leadership and the high-performing team attitude about those that make them to win? So certainly it's not going to be the boat or anything else that, or the skipper in person to bring about the win. So what you have to imagine is, this is a pressure cooker situation. I mean, it's a very small boat, and you will be spending an entire year with another, 17 fellow human beings for a year. And it's if 40% of us have never been on a boat before, it will be a very tricky race to compete in. So for me, this is the perfect example of resilient leadership under constant pressure in a team setting. Now let's get into the details. So what I would like to share with you are the leadership insights. So how can they help us to guide resilient leadership? And we will be looking at the 8 leadership insights, as well as the 3 key things. So the first one, the first winning behavior is, the underpinning challenge on board of each boat is that people have different reasons for why they take part in this race. Some people are very keen to race competitively, while others are fulfilling a long-held ambition, or they just always wanted to have this dream to come true, to sail around the world. So the skippers who developed a common identity and the crew and the sponsors were crucial to make that win happen. So what was very interesting about this particular one is, if you're the professional skipper and you're the only one on this boat, and you have all these different people with very different ambition levels on your boat, you better align and manage those expectations differently. So if you have the overtly competitive ones, you better give them a lot to do. And if you have those that are in it just to be taking part, you may want to decide what kind of an activity or task you give to these people. So managing the expectations from early on is very, very important. Winning behavior number 2, prioritizing communications. So communication was a challenge for every crew on many levels. Why? Because they had to consider the how, the what, and more importantly, why things were communicated. As well as, imagine you're on a boat and the weather won't be always nice to you if you're in it for an entire year. You sometimes have to basically overcome the physical challenge of making yourself heard against the backdrop of winds and lashing waves. So being able to communicate well reinforce the development of other capabilities, such as how people learn, how people integrate, and how they manage themselves, but more importantly, support others in terms of how they are influenced by how people talk, listen, and understand each other. Skippers and crew who were able to develop effective communication processes and adjust their style experience less friction. So this underlines that respectful behavior, excellent communication skills, and being able to adapt communication styles is fundamental to team building and developing an agile kind of manner on the go for the duration of the race. The third winning behavior, integrate new team members effectively. Remember, you have the core crew, and you can spend some time integrating them onto this team. But you will have people who come on and off the board all the time because they are just in it for one leg or two or three. So you will have a constantly changing team situation every now and then. So then the key question is for the skipper, who's the only professional on the boat, how do you integrate those new members? And they're joining at different stages. The challenge was to integrate people into the team with consistency when there were different sailing skills, abilities, and attitudes at the different stages across the race. So the implication, I think, here is very clear that you need to pay attention to the entirety of the team and not just the core team or just the newest kind of member of the team, because otherwise you will lose performance and traction throughout the race. The fourth leadership insight is focusing on the broader team needs, okay? So maintaining the need of the race with the broader needs of the boat is always going to be a challenge because it will ultimately impact your performance. So if you take an approach that is focused on technical expertise and concentrating effort on one or two specialized tasks, you can then start to streamline your actions. So skippers who focused on the broader needs of the boat, but gave crew the opportunity to stretch their experience and increase their knowledge by working on different tasks were winning. So you have to imagine, if I am one of these amateurs on the boat and I am not very skilled and not technically very averse, and all I get to do for that year-long race is to clean, this boat, which is, I'm perfect. Everyone probably is capable to do that. If all I get to do is that, you will miss out on other kind of teams because after a while, I will probably get bored of doing the same activity repeatedly again and again over that year-long period. And this is why some of the teams went ahead is when the weather isn't really, really great. So when the sun is shining, there's no wind and you have to stop. What you can do is you can start to upskill certain members of that boat so that when there is an injury and accidents do happen on races like this, then there is someone who has the capability to step up and take over from someone else who is maybe more qualified and more skilled. So I think it's really, really important. And it was a big surprise to me that it's almost counterintuitive to take just the best people to do the more important task all the time, because if you continue to do that and you have injuries and accidents happening, then you will maybe losing out as a result of that. Leadership insight number 5, you have to adapt to evolving external environments. So you have to keep the crew motivated across the entire race, and you have to maintain focus and enthusiasm and also keep performing, when, as I said, when you get into kind of quieter periods of the time as well. So you have to, and this is why certain crews were winning, they used the time that they had available to them to prepare things for the tough times ahead. So they did more repair work during quieter periods of time, or they were doing some more upskilling work when the weather wasn't very good and they couldn't really compete in the race as quickly and fastly as they wanted to do that. Okay. Leadership insight number 6, you have to develop a support network. So one of the skippers that wrote a book about winning this race, he was the youngest professional skipper that has ever won this race since then. So he was in his 20s. What he did was to establish 2 essential co-skippers on the boat. So he went for the 2 most experienced team members, and he just didn't take the chance by asking everyone, do you think you could be a co-skipper? But he observed for the first month into the race, every single person on that boat to be sure that, you know, that they are worthy of being a co-skipper. So once he was sure about the two, he appointed them to be co-skippers. And that meant that the team could function without him being on deck all the time. Again, remember, on a boat and on a race like this, you essentially work in 2 shifts. So there will be roughly 8 hours of time every day where you will be kind of down and taking quiet time, maybe sleeping and maybe just resting. So that means that they didn't have to call upon the skipper, who's the only professional on the boat, all the time, and he had effectively delegated leadership to the other 2 crew members. What's also important is that at times the co-skippers were giving him some of the tough messages. So when he had a bad day, you know, he didn't sleep well, and on the day after that horrible night, he was not, you know, at his best. The co-skippers were kind of empowered to maybe get him the message that some of the other crew members had shared with him, which is, oh, he's very moody today, and, you know, he better, you know, get some sleep tonight, because we can't have him being moody all the time. It's really difficult to work with him in that time. So essentially had established that network of co-skippers also to help him to be a more effective leader. Insight number 7, develop mutual trust. Again, what's really, really important here is, if you think about it, at the outset, there's only one professional, you know, person on this boat, and that's a skipper, full stop. Everyone else is an amateur. 40% of us, if we were the crew of 18 on the boat, have never sailed in our life. So you could say there's a bit of a reverse trust mechanism in place. So if I'm one of those amateurs who have never sailed, the only person I'm going to fully trust in is the skipper. Now, for the skipper, it's really difficult to know who he or she can trust, because he or she hasn't seen us in action yet. So it's really important to develop that trust over the time. But then, you know, as a skipper, you start from this, what I call a position of healthy distrust. And then over time, you will see, you know, crew members performing, and that is kind of developing, you know, trust over time. And ultimately, it's in the skipper's best interest to develop trust in the crew, to allow them to step back with confidence as well. So again, it's not just that the skipper is the only heroic leader on a boat, and he or she will be working 20 hours every day over a period of a year in order to save everyone and make gains over the other teams. But you need to develop trust in the capability of the wider team. Otherwise, this whole race is not going to be won. That's for sure. The last lesson or insight from this wonderful case study is that you have to balance your energy. In this particular case, your sleep. So when this young skipper was about to go into this race for the first time in his life, what he did is, so he started preparing himself something like 10 months ahead of the actual race. So what he did is he went on and interviewed very established and very qualified skippers that had been in this race for years. And as part of his interview, one of the key findings for him was exactly this point. So the older skippers probably all thought, oh, he's the trainee skipper, let me give him some insights. What he realized, though, through those interviews is that because the skippers were so keen to have the entire burden on their own shoulders as the only professional on the boat, and they wanted to be there and serve their crew for as long as they could, 18, 19, 20 hours every day for an entire year, that he identified that as being a potential performance, lag. So he himself did that from day one, that he looked after himself very well, and he told his crew about it. Actually, what also happened is halfway or 2/3 during this race, another skipper of another boat had a really bad accident, and he had to be taken from that boat. So that meant that another boat was left without a skipper. And what he did is, because he had 2 very qualified and very capable co-skippers, he offered himself up as the skipper of that other boat. So what then happened is that when he went to that new boat, and on day one, he got his full 8 hours of sleep, he overheard other members of that crew bitching about him to say, what sort of a skipper and what sort of a professional person is this? If he goes to get a full night's sleep, what that crew and that team hadn't realized, and he had to talk to them in the next meeting to inform them that probably one of the reasons why the previous skipper had been injured so badly is a lack of sleep that can be detrimental to your energy and your focus. So again, something really, really crucial and important to note. Now, here's the overview of the resilient leadership and the 8 insights that I've just shared with you. But I want to go further and also share with you something else. So what were the winning behaviors? If you were to identify 3 key winning behaviors throughout this race, then the top 3 were alignment. So you have to make sure that you're running this ship with the entirety of the crew you have on board. It's not like you just have one superstar, you rely on that one individual to run. But one of the key things to win this race is to make sure there is good alignment across the boat. The second winning behavior is capability. So again, you have not only to pay attention to who is capable of doing what, but you have also to pay attention to upskill and upgrade the existing capabilities as best as you can. And lastly, autonomy is really crucial. So if you don't allow your team to also perform when you're not there, typically about 8 hours every day, then they have to be feeling that they are empowered and enabled to do what they are supposed to be doing. What's interesting about this is that Professor Dave Ulrich and myself did a study of HR transformation back in 2012. And we identified the 3 key enablers that make transformation efforts more successful. And we came up with something very similar back then. Now, this was not our own case study. What we studied were other studies that had publicized up until that point. But what's really clear here is that you can see that whether it's the key enablers or the winning behaviors, you need these things in every high-functioning team environment in order to be able to function. Now, I think I've been speaking more than enough. What I would like to do now is to give you a glimpse of this race. If you have been interested to see it in action, everything we have been speaking about, I would like to share with you a 2-minute video that gives you a better idea about this race.
I'm an acquisitions editor. I'm a violinist.
I'll drive a lorry.
I'm a nurse and I work in A&E.
England Sevens rugby player and now wannabe sailor.
We've got some people that have had small boat experience and dinghy experience, and really as a skipper, that's the challenge.
The Clipper race is unique. It's the only race that's open to amateurs.
Absolutely alien environment. I don't know where my limit is.
If you're looking for a common spark in the crew, there's something there in everybody. They want to live their life a little bit differently.
This is going to be my home for the next 11 months. I don't know what to expect.
It's the biggest challenge in sailing.
It will be hard, really hard. It's not forever. I'm coming back.
one last slide before we get into questions and answers, and that is, although this wasn't identified by Ashridge, the university that did this research on these high-performing teams, there's one item that I have seen over the course of my professional life and as a coach that beats everything else. And for me, it's like an underlying belief. So I have never seen a high-performing team in any industry, in any function, that we're not absolutely passionate about what they do. So again, my final reminder to you is, bear in mind the 8 leadership insights, look at the 3 enablers or winning behaviors, but also make sure that you are, as a leader and as a member of a team, passionate about what you do every day. And with that, I would like to open up for Q&A.
Very insightful presentation. And as you said, it's time for some
Can we
Q&A.
have the moderators taking the questions, please?
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
we're going to also see if we have some questions from the audience as well. So guys, if you have any questions for Navid, make sure you post your question in the chat. But I think me and Pierre will start a little bit with the questions. So I think today has definitely, there's been a theme of how companies are adapting to this COVID-19 crisis. So everything HR related, we're doing onboarding remotely, we're working remotely, we're recruiting remotely. So Navid, at Vodafone, what do you think the biggest difference is between building high performance teams remotely versus building them in the office? Do you think there's a big difference there?
Oh, for sure. I mean, one of the key things is, given the current situation and where we are in, that you make sure you show enough empathy when leading your teams. You have to bear in mind that we've had leaders joining the organization throughout the pandemic. I mean, as a matter of fact, we've had a few finance directors joining during the pandemic. And so it's physically impossible to meet their own team. It's impossible to meet the line manager and their peers and get a sense for the wider organization, what you would normally expect to do during the first 30, 90, 100 days when you join as a leader. So I think whether you're an existing or you're a new joiner as a leader and as a team member, you really have to show empathy. I mean, we all have had those days where you have spent 8, 10, 12 hours on Zoom calls, one after the other.
Yeah.
And if it's all about business, right from the second the Zoom session starts and when it ends, boy, I mean, that at the end of that day, we would be all feeling a little drained and a little kind of fatigued.
Yeah.
But what a difference would it make if you were to spend 3 minutes, 5 minutes at the beginning of the call to check in with everyone who's on the call? You get a glimpse into people's personal lives these days. So use the clues that you have, the data, everything that's available to you to show empathy. And I think, through the digital means, you almost have to overemphasize it in order to really get it across.
Yeah, absolutely.
One idea.
And we were talking a little bit about remote onboarding as well before. What changes have you guys done at Vodafone when it comes to onboarding and that whole process after this COVID-19?
Oh, wow. Yes. I mean, there are actually a number of studies demonstrating that somewhere between 25 and 40% of senior leaders transition fails. So executive onboarding and leadership onboarding is a very crucial topic.
Yeah.
I think what is different during a pandemic is you need to be really crystal clear on the goals for the new leader.
Yeah.
So you have to be overtly emphasizing what needs to be achieved. Then you have to, look, and what we're doing is now we're looking at a shorter time span. So instead of doing the annual goals, and we still do have, some people have annual goals, but everyone is very clear, what are the deliverables during the next quarter? So you have to work in a shorter time frame, and you have to also bear in mind the learning of the new leader. So they can't be traveling to the key markets and get a sense for the customers now. How are you going to enable them to still get that information and get a sense for the business and the value chain without having them sitting on planes and going everywhere? How can you make sure they get inducted by their peers, their line managers, and some of the direct reports at the same time? So you have to really plan it a lot more than you would do maybe in a normal environment.
Absolutely.
Great. We have a question here from the audience, Navid, from Nutsa. She's kind of touching on this subject a little bit, that now due to COVID, a lot of organizations have to, adapt and change a lot. And as a leader in this process, she's asking, let's see here, how can you resolve conflicts between team members as a leader, and what measures can you take to manage your team members' efficiency and also not lose your mind in the process?
Yes. I mean, look, conflict management can be tricky in the normal times. So I guess this pandemic wouldn't have made it any easier. So there are a few things you can do. One is to look at whether it's meaningful to use an instrument. There are many instruments out there that you can use to assess the level of conflict even among a team. So it may be not just the one person that has a conflict with another person, but it may be something that is, not surfacing in other team members' behavior yet. So there are different instruments out there, and one of the more popular ones out there is the 5 dysfunctions of a team. It's developed by a guy called Robert Lencioni. So you can use diagnostics to get data points, and then you have to work with the leader and the team members to resolve the conflict. As an executive coach, I have been called to many, many instances, and an HR leader as well, to help resolve a conflict. And sometimes it's not a bad idea to have a neutral third party to come and support to resolve the conflict than taking someone that is inside the organization and maybe biased in one way or another. So there are many, many different things you can do, and it comes back to the nature of the conflict. But the more data points you have, the better you will be able to get to the root cause and start to addressing them instead of second guessing and just assuming why there is a conflict between 2 members of a team.
Okay, thank you, Navid. Over to you again.
Yeah, I mean, given that Vodafone is such a huge, corporation, what are the biggest HR-related changes that you have implemented now at Vodafone due to the COVID-19 situation this year?
Yes. So, boy, I don't think the time will suffice to go through all of them. But I think one thing we did, and it had actually nothing to do with the pandemic, back in December last year, so just a few months before the pandemic hit us, we established, after 10 years of having our corporate culture kind of revamped, and we call it the Vodafone Spirit. And I think it could not have been a better time to speak about, us, and we introduced it as part of our new organization strategy. And as a result, the HR function obviously had a new leader, and we had a new CEO. So we took the bull by its horn and implemented what we felt was the absolute right thing to do, which is to focus on our culture and bring about what we call, our spirit enablers and the key behaviors we would like to see in our organization going forward. And doing that just before the pandemic has been really, really instrumental, because now we can speak to what the issues are, and we can use our cultural values to help with those. So when we say experiment and learn fast, boy, I think every leader these days is in experimentation mode every single day. So no, we don't have all the answers, and no, the leaders are not expecting to come with those answers to the team meetings. It's a lot more acceptable now, because it's culturally kind of adjusted, that you don't have all the answers, and you are there to experiment. You are there to get products out to the market much faster in a more beta mode than you would want to have 3 years to build a perfect proposition and only then put it out into the marketplace. So we have done quite a number of things, but one of them were the introduction of our new Vodafone Spirit. The other one is to have a more short-term focus on goals. We are absolutely crystal clear about what needs to be delivered by whom, by when. And one of the other elements we have done, which I really like, is we have moved this whole performance management kind of conversation to be not a one-off a year, but more an ongoing kind of dialogue. So leaders checking in with their team members more often than they do, as a minimum 4 times a year. And we also introduced and implemented a COVID pulse survey, which we run, a 5-minute survey, 9 questions, and we do many of those. So to get a feel for where the organization is at and where do we need to tweak. And the previous cycle was a full year kind of cycle. You do a survey once a year, you take action, and it takes months and months to come up with meaningful ideas and actions. We now are much quicker. We experiment and learn much faster than what we did. Just to say some examples.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. We have another question here for you, Navid. From Sudhir, he's asking, how important is diversity in high-performance teams in terms of personalities, age groups, etc.?
Yes. So it's a fascinating question. And I think, just take any football team that is winning the Champions League. You can take any team in any year. Just take any executive team of any organization that is really winning out there in the marketplace. So I bet you will not find one that is not diverse, that is winning. But then we also know from the research that just automatically having a diverse team doesn't mean that you will have a leading edge over the other teams. So you need to be much more mindful in managing that diversity aspect in the team. And again, it's really, just by automatically adding, random men and women from different backgrounds and different ethnicities and so on won't give you a leading edge. But boy, having that exact same setup aligned and in an autonomous mode, you remember the 3 key enablers we saw today that makes teams to win. If you get that right, if diversity is enabled and empowered in a right way, there's nothing that can beat it. No corporate strategy can win a team that is highly autonomous and highly empowered and passionate about what they do.
Cool. Thank you, Navid. Is there anything else on your end, Alice?
Yes. I do. We can round this up. I do have, one last question. What is the biggest HR related concern you have right now?
Yes. So I guess a key question that is on top of mind of many HR leaders right now is what if this period is going to be sustained for many more months to come? How is that going to impact on people's resilience, people's mental health, people's ability to cope? What if we get into a war situation and children have to be homeschooled again, and you are more and more restricted in what you can do outside of your home? So I think that would be my number one kind of watch out there, to not wait for that to happen and come and hopefully, touching wood, this is not going to happen, but we better prepare ourselves now for that eventuality. And we will all be very relieved and very happy should that not come, but please, let's not wait until ground zero is here and then start to brainstorm and thinking about what we can do. But let's be active and proactive now and prepare for the worst, and hopefully have an outcome that is much better than.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Navid, and thank you for joining us today. And guys, if you have any other questions, you can still write in the chat, and we'll try to answer them after the event. So thank you so much, Navid.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Guys, what an amazing day it's been. I can't believe it's over already. And it's been a great 3 days. So thank you so much for joining us throughout these 3 days. And we hope that you've enjoyed every single minute of it. I certainly have. I think it's been the highlight of the year for me. So thank you for having me, joining from Betsson Group as well. Thank you, Pierre.
Yeah, thank you, Alice.
Yeah.
Thank you. And yeah, it's been 3 fantastic days here. I mean, everything from we started with Todd Hasshalter's great presentation in day 1 to Jesper Kärrbrig's painting that was questioned, to the incredible stories of Bob and Marcus on day 2, and the inspiring stories that we've heard today as well. It's been fantastic, I think, Alice. And I think that what we have tried to prove with this event is that the digital events are here to stay. They have a purpose, and we wanted to show that they can bring value to viewers, and they can bring something of value to people who are watching. And I really hope that people at home and people at work or where we are watching have genuinely learned something from these couple of events, and maybe met some new friends in the chats and stuff like that. So I'm really happy to see the response and the feedback that we've gotten on social media and everything. So that means a lot to us. But before we leave you today, I also wanted to just thank, obviously, everyone at home, the thousands of people that have tuned into this event. It's been incredible to see, actually, and it makes us really happy. I mentioned in the very first day that it's always nervous because you don't know exactly what the response will be from an event like this, but it turned out well over our expectations, so we are really, really happy with that. And I want to thank everyone who has been involved in the production of this event. We're here at Studio 7 in Malta recording this. The crew here has been amazing. But I'd also like to thank our team, Gerda, Gabi, Martin, Anna, Anusha, Antoine, Cheryl, Ida, and most of all, I would like to give a special thanks to Janetta in Taite, our product manager of iGaming Next, who have been the person driving this event and who's been organizing all the speakers behind the scenes, who has been organizing the agenda, who has been putting it all together to basically lead up to an absolutely flawless production. So absolutely thank you to Janetta for doing that, and that goes for all the speakers who have been really happy with her help as well. So big thank you to Janetta. Also want to mention that all the sessions will be available on our YouTube channel, on LinkedIn, on Facebook as well. Day 1 and 2 are already uploaded, and day 3 will be uploaded tomorrow. So if you want to rewatch any of the sessions, check out the YouTube channel, check out our LinkedIn channel, check out our Facebook channel. Everything will be available over there. And let's see what else we have. Yeah, so finally as well, we're heading towards 2021. iGaming Next is not slowing down. We have a lot of plans ahead of us, a lot of new initiatives that we are launching. We are super happy for your support so far, and we are really happy to have your continued support as we go into the new year. And that means for us, any and all feedback of this event, of future events that we do, is always very appreciated. So whatever you can tell us, feel free to reach out to us. We are available on LinkedIn, we are available on Facebook, and also here in the chat in the Hopin software. So any and all feedback is super appreciated. And that's it, Alice. I mean,
wow.
The adventure of change. We're closing off with a bang today, I think.
Yes, we are.
And you know what I think, Alice?
What?
I think this deserves a little bit of a toast today.
Oh, yes, I agree with you.
I think so. Let's see here what we have.
What do you have there?
Yes,
perfect.
This is for you, Alice.
Thank you.
This is for me.
So guys, if you want to join us in a cheers, if you're sitting at home and you have something bubbly close by, please join us and having a bit of a cheers.
Yes.
As we say in Sweden, skål.
Skål. Yes, skål to you, Alice.
Cheers.
Skål
Cheers,
to everyone
Pierre.
at home. Take care, stay safe. Don't drink and drive. Take it easy, and we see you next time.
See you next time. Cheers. Bye, guys.
Hey.